What are you doing? What are you doing?
Huh? Me? Just hanging around.
Final round. Fight.
Bye, have a great time.
Triple. Mission complete.
ชุดแรกหนูชุดแรกตั้งว่าปิดหนูตั้งว่าปิด
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Perfect KO.
Boom!
Nope, 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 nope.
I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
A little unfortunate. Diggs, on the other hand, outside the circle, and RRQ takes a easy booyah.
Target kita main aja sih, nggak ada. Udah lolos ini.
But can he go up against three players? Diamond will put him in the middle of the pack. Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Shin too low on that HP, and RRQ.
Off that glue wall, the rush by Keroro still managed to survive, but Team Falcons grab their booyah.
ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับที่ยังเชียร์กันอยู่ครับก็ไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงนะครับ
Oh, still alive, AVAC still heating up. Nope, did not.
Nice.
Dạ cho tụi mình bắn ấy và xem thường đối thủ.
Team Falcons will be eliminated and ready on a healing gameplay. No, no, no.
Mình hy vọng các bạn khán giả sẽ cổ vũ cho các đội tuyển của Việt Nam ạ.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Bye, have a great time. Just do it!
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Huh? Me? Just hanging around.
Final round. Fight.
Bye, have a great time.
Mission complete.
ชุดได้ป่ะหนูชุดได้หนูชุดได้ตั้งวอปิดหนูตั้งวอปิด
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Perfect KO.
Boom!
Nope, 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 nope.
I will look for you. I will find you.
you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
A little unfortunate. Diggs, on the other hand, outside the circle, and RRQ takes a easy booyah.
Target kita main aja sih, nggak ada. Udah lolos ini.
But can he go up against 3 players? Diamond will put him in the middle of the pack. Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Shin too low on that HP, and RRQ.
Off that glue wall, the rush by Karoro still managed to survive, but Team Falcons grab their booyah.
ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับที่ยังเชียร์กันอยู่ครับก็ไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงนะครับ
Oh, still alive. AVAC still heating up. Nope, did not.
Nice.
Để cho tụi mình bắn ấy và xem thường đối thủ.
Team Falcons will be eliminated and Ray on a healing gameplay. No.
Mình hy vọng các bạn khán giả sẽ cổ vũ cho các đội tuyển của Việt Nam ạ.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
I believe I can fly. Bye, have a great time. Do it! Just do it!
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Huh? Me? Just hanging around.
Final round. Fight.
Bye, have a great time.
Mission complete.
ชุดได้ปะหนูชุดได้หนูชุดได้ตั้งว่าปิดหนูตั้งว่าปิด
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Perfect KO. Boom.
you let me circle it. You can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
A little unfortunate. Diggs, on the other hand, outside the circle, and RRQ takes a easy booyah.
Target kita main aja sih, nggak ada. Udah lolos ini.
But can he go up against 3 players? Diamond will put him in the middle of the pack. Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Shin too low on that HP, and RRQ.
Off that glue wall, the rush by Karoro still managed to survive, but Team Falcons grab their booyah.
ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับที่ยังเชียร์กันอยู่ครับก็ไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงนะครับ
Oh, still alive. AVAC still heating up. Nope, did not.
Nice.
Dạ do tụi mình bắn ấy và xem thường đối thủ.
Team Falcons will be eliminated and ready on a healing gameplay. No.
Mình hy vọng các bạn khán giả sẽ cổ vũ cho các đội tuyển của Việt Nam ạ.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. You can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
get one extra point as well. A bonus for the road expose. But backstabbed by Masada.
He's been completely exposed. It's down to A-Bax, last player up against a full roster.
Yes.
Find somebody nameless though on the ground. Fingers gone. Crazy all alone, and he gets caught for a round. Second Booyah off.
ตอนนี้น่ามี RQ ครับผมเล่นดี
Digs now. Exposy gets the backstab. And high down on the ground. Exposy kicked down on the Stunko.
lagi gua main lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gua.
Gonna be the first one to go in, Judo with the grenade.
Oh,
Gonna
the
hope that they're
grenade!
gonna manage
Oh,
to
the grenade!
He gets it! I think Judo is down. Nameless is gone. Diamond is alone. Can he
That's
be one?
Thank you very much bro. Udah kasih kita boya.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. It's knockout day 15, and we are almost at the end of the knockout stage, which means the final lap is in sight. Teams are vying for the top 12 spots, and there really isn't much rounds left, so every point counts. You're at the end of the week with me, Husky, alongside my boy right here is Kid Q.
Yep, it's good to be back here. Once again, we're going to be looking at Group A up against Group B this time round. Exciting games for the past 2 days, but I think really today is a day that we are going to see Group B really kind of take advantage of what they saw yesterday against Group A. Because again, some of the teams we were expecting to do well, unfortunately, did not cop as many points as we expected.
And of course, some of the teams from Group B really needs that extra push, whether it's to get to take back first place, talking about RQ Kazu, or to get themselves up the standings and potentially still make it into the green zone. Because some of the teams, for example, Vamos, Expand, Todak, they are not doing that great, and the point gap is getting larger by the minute.
It is. And I think, at this point of time, people have kind of understood what they want to bring to the table for now here in the group stage. I don't think too many things are going to change in terms of their compositions. It's a little late to change it at this stage of the game, especially if you're like really, really close to the 12th place spot. And remember, only top 12 move on to the point rush.
Yeah, so can't wait to see how this is going to pan out for some of the teams, because again, we've reached the crescendo, almost the conclusion of the knockout stage, and some teams' fates unfortunately have already been sealed, written and delivered to their death. But at the end of the day, you got to put up your best fight, and they still have a chance to disrupt the status quo.
It could. I mean, I don't see it happening, but at the same time, it's a battle royale for a reason, right? Consistency is always going to be a fun time, but at the end of the day, it's if you make it into that top 12, and we're looking for it in Group A and as well as Group B. Group A, PE Sports, BRUAG, it's the Star Knights, Attack All Around, Vamos. For Group B, it's Falcons, Expand, Todak, God of Wolf, RRQ Kazu, and as well as Hua.
We've seen some shifts on the leaderboard across these 5 weeks. For example, Hua Esports has kind of dropped out of top 5 for quite a while and now sitting in 10th place. But at the same time, we have teams like BRU who are still at the very top. AG Global as well, being fierce contenders as always. Vamos showing up every now and then, but never really able to keep that momentum going. So very polarizing results from most of our squads, despite a lot of substitutions, a lot of roster swaps during the transfer windows. We are still not seeing the leaderboard really shift too much.
Yep, the leaderboards kind of feel like it's almost set in stone, but this is where the upsets could happen. I think at least for Falcons, they don't have to worry about BTR on their backs sometimes and taking on those full squad v squads in the middle of their rotations. I would say almost the same for RRQ Kazu, but yeah, I agree with you that Hua, unfortunately, has not been able to get those early performances like they did at the beginning of the tournament of FFWS.
Can't wait to see how this is going to turn out, because again, we have teams like Expand who are dead last and are almost 70 points away from catching out to the team in front of them in 17th place, and that's just Team Vamos. But then on the other end, we have a team like Team Falcons, who are currently sitting in 7th place, but really not that far away from overtaking Attack All Around, who are only 2 points ahead. But they are almost 100 points behind the team that is ahead of Attack All Around, which is WAG. So that is going to be a mountain to climb. Player to be featured is one more, and every time you need an extra point, he gives you one more.
Yep, he's reliable in that sense at the very least, right? I mean, look at the damage that he's able to provide for his team, destroying ice walls at the same time as well. He's still one of those reliable players that you can really rely on. But then we go over to God of War, because so far this team, they've had okay performances so far, but we haven't seen a really explosive performance.
And it's also a rat race in the bottom few spots. God of Wolf right now are the gatekeepers in the 12 spots, 496 points. But thankfully, you know, from the efforts of Diane, who kind of brought it across the weeks, they have actually mustered enough points to at least stay in 12th spot, and they have 6 rounds to extend that lead, because thankfully, Heavy, who came after them, are not going to be playing today, but teams like PE Sports can still catch up.
Yeah, I think between PE Sports and as well as God of Wolf, it's about roughly 23 points-ish. It's definitely doable, but PE Sports haven't been able to get like record-breaking performances just yet. And especially if we're talking about like unperforming teams, we also have to mention Attack All Around, because I would say that in week 3 they were looking so good, right? Coming into week 4 as well, but coming into week 5, it's a slower roll. And now that we look at the game schedule, once again, if you haven't been keeping up with FFWS, it's Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nexterra, and their final map is always random.
And way to go spin the slot machine again, because random maps always affect the dynamics of the competition, right? We've seen examples in last year, FFWS Bangkok, when Magic Squad won the whole thing. It was down to that random map that literally gave them the trophy. That kind of made life easier. But when we look at Bermuda, at least the top 3 teams, no longer is BRU at the top, but we have EVOS Divine, followed by RRQ Kazu, and then BRU.
I mean, I gotta give it to EVOS Divine. They're not gonna be playing here today, but they've had one hell of a week, right? Achieving at least 80 points minimum on both of them. Now we look over at RRQ and as well as BRU, not having to worry about them. It's about who gets that final position in the circle. We've seen time and time again that RRQ has to go squad v squad against BRU a majority of the time when we come to Bermuda, but that's dependent, right, on that where that final circle is gonna eventually land.
And on top of that as well, RQ and BRU, the 20-point difference in terms of what they got on Bermuda. RQ, yeah, they're ahead of 20 points, but most of them came from placement. So they are survivors by nature, but for BRU, they are fierce. They're out there for the elims. So I think that's what's gonna kind of redifferentiate whether RQ gets to catch up to BRU or at least make it slightly closer. They are more than 100 points behind thanks to BRU's efforts across the past few weeks since the transfer window, where they have been on an absolute tear. And when you compare elimination points alone, BRU is ahead of RRQ by 118 points actually.
I mean, this is why everybody is excited for BRU, but at the same time, right, they always do well during the group stages, but can't seem to etch out the win at the very end. They're averaging nearly about 200 points. The only time they didn't hit 200 points was week number 1, and that was, even then, it was still 197, so they weren't too far off the mark.
Yeah, stars to watch gonna be Saifa from AG, Abai from RQ Kazu, and Jump God from Attack All Around. All of them averaging either 2.0 KD minimum, or at least in this case, elimination for Sci-Fi is 2.7. You always see him on that top 5 elim leader list at the end of each round, and this statistics really speaks volumes of how consistent he is to knock out his opponents.
I don't know how many times Saifa somehow it just makes his way in, whether it's going to be like the number of eliminations he achieved or whether or not he sneaks in 3 more positions in the final circle, ending up in a top 3 scenario. So many times he's able to pull it off, but one of his team members that make it happen is Do, because he really pinches people, and if we're talking about Do, we always have to talk about Export. Moshi, I think, no arguments there.
Yeah, no arguments. He is ahead in terms of damage compared to the other 2 as well. Not by too much, but they have been the most consistent top 3 damage dealers, right? All of them having the same role, sniper role, with the AWM as their most preferred weapon. I think it really shows the importance of good sniper players, because back then a lot of people are looking at rushes to really get down and dirty, get in front of people's face and start blasting away, but the snipers are the enablers for the team.
I mean, we talk about snipers and rushers all the time, but that's what sets Moshi apart from the other 2, because he's more flexible. Even in CQC, he is still a deadly weapon, while the loadouts we'd see from Do and Exbor, both of which really prefer, hey, I'm all in on this sniping technique. I'm going to play my best game from really far away.
Yeah, Moshi is just playing Among Us, right? He's actually the imposter. He conceals himself as a sniper, but actually he's been a rusher all this while. And BRU never had any support players. It's just 4 rushers. They just had to fill in the role, so that's what they submit to Garena.
Oh boy.
I hope that's not the case though. That would be funny.
I mean, it would be. It honestly would be. But let's look at the top 3 most used weapons. And since the patch has hit, I would say most things aren't really changing. Trogon's still going to be at the top of the on top of the charts. Woodpecker actually at number 2, and then Bison is number 3.
Yeah, good to see Woodpecker back in action. I think more than a year ago, Woodpecker is the go-to weapon. People look at long-range fights from the early to mid-game. You get a Woodpecker, you win most of the fights. But like you said, there's nothing that can overthrow Trogons because it's just too good, right? Great shotgun in close range. You want to play mid-range? Sure, I just toss grenades at you. It does too many things in a single weapon, but at the same time, it also provides a good balance of damage, ammunition. It's a go-to, I think, if you want comfort and efficiency.
Oh, for sure. I love the fact that at least Garena decided, hey, we got to nerf the Trogon at the very least. Its launcher ammo got cut significantly, and I think that was necessary, especially for our bombardiers of each of these squads who are able to truly abuse the full kit of the Trogon.
Well, let's see if the teams will continue some of their winning ways, and teams that are vying for more points, this is one of their final chances before next week. So we gotta close it out strong. We're gonna start with Bermuda as always, where things originate, the heart and soul of Free Fire, whether it's casual or competitive, and only one team will take the throne. We'll see if it's going to be BRU stepping up or Kazu dominating the lobby without Evil's Divine.
Yep, now it's time to head on in to check out the fly paths. We walk on over, the Triangle of Death beckons and calls here in Free Fire. Bermuda, the map to play on. And we want to thank Galaxy S24 Ultra, because if you're going to take pictures in dangerous places, at the very least make it look good, and you keep your win streak alive while you're at it. Let's have a look at the flight path now. Hopefully it's not going to be too, not too standard, at least some deviation. We've been seeing very consistent lines cutting right through the map every single week.
Yeah, it's been very, I think, generous, right? Like the few times we get a disgusting flight path, it's always those game-changing rounds. We're not gonna get that for a while, but I can't say the same for Todak though. It's them and PE Sports right there at Clock Tower. Very early skirmish. Obviously, PE Sports is gonna get the guns first, and frequently the first knockdown. No points claimed just yet. Toda looking to fight back. They need to somehow get 7. Gonna start with Ban. Raja with a good secure, and now making his way to 7 to bring him back up. But in the meantime, Traps, his teammates, got knocked down. PE Sports not wanting to relent.
Yeah, they gotta hold on for as long as possible. Look like synchronized swimming as soon as they drop down, but now looking for that final member. Todak will eventually overcome PE Sports, take an early bow out in map number 1. Real unfortunate stuff.
Really gonna hit the chances of overtaking Heavy and even making it into top 12, right? Because Heavy is now the standard for PE Sports. Not too far away, to be very honest, just 21 points, but the fact that they started this round with none is only going to make it harder. So you only have 5 rounds left. It's something that you said at the beginning, right? PE Sports hasn't found their groove, and maybe Todak has, because AG Global are right opposite.
I mean, to be fair, Todak definitely had a bit of a resurgence in the past couple of weeks. You know, they've been trying to find their ways across these maps, especially on Bermuda. They seem to be doing well overall, but the others not so much. So it's about watching them improve day by day, because they're approaching AG, who heard the commotion previously and saw PE Sports get eliminated. So now it's their turn to start getting aggressive to maybe take the #1 spot.
See if they can overcome AG, because this would be huge and is a good start. They do trade 1 for 1. Stop goes down. Trap actually gets back up. Gets knocked down again by Caramel. That's the RGS in his hands. A very deadly weapon in this early game. Raja will now be under pressure as AG Global comes in for the pincer. Raja needs help. Actually finds a knock. And 7 now can provide support. The Red Tyrant and thus take down the glue wall, so it makes life harder for Raja. But thankfully, there is some cover to work with. So Todak, they get 2 aliens off of AG. They didn't lose anyone. And at the same time, AG are now forced into defense mode.
This is a great scenario for Todak. They found first blood in both of the squads, immediately punished them. Caramel eventually is going to go down. AG is still in the runnings. Don't worry. They have their insurance policy running off to look for some currency, but I think this is one of the better starts for Todak this map. Let's have a look at the Star Knights because they're looking over RRQ. They've got an off angle for the sniper, but 18 here in Raz, it's not going to be easy for them to disengage.
It's the race to catch up to Todak, right? I mean, Star Knights and Todak are actually not that far away on the leaderboard, which is pretty crazy considering that we are in week 5 and Star Knights have still not found their groove. Narq, Kazu will not make it easy for that result to change. Not when Raz gets just shot down by 4 people surrounding him. RQ Kazu finding 2 points already.
Yeah, and it looks like, wait a minute, somebody coming in from the blue? It looks like one of the X-Band members might be scouting out. Not entirely sure which one it is, as Falcons seem to be in the middle of an engagement of their own. I do see revives, and I do see the name God of Wolf. I'm curious to know what's happening over there, as attack all around even getting blasted in the middle of that fight. Now, as RRQ start busting in towards the compound, they've already lost 2 of their members here. Star Knights holding on for as long as possible, and it looks like it might just cost them because the rest of X-Band looking to say hello.
Yeah, and RQ Kazu just got done dirty, right? They went in for the rush. Fice MKS wins a 1v1, and at the same time, Mao got shot in the back by X-Band. So this is an unwanted guess that RQ Kazu were not prepared for in any capacity, and right out there in the open with no pocket market. Even if Abe had currency, there is just no chances of revive, so he gotta pray that X-Band draws the attention of Star Knights away so that he can somehow make it out alive.
Oh, wait. Does 18 Deer? No, he doesn't look further down. He didn't check the low ground. Looks like RQ is gonna be in it for now as X-Band. They don't want to push into this. They don't want to have to walk a further distance to get back in towards the blue, but they do want to gatekeep. They're probably going to hear the drop down from 18 there, and now they have a reason to stick around.
Wow, really saying a prayer is a lucky situation for him. 18 Deer making such an aggressive move. Better be able to hold back X-Band for now until the rest of his team arrives. Raz and Liam just got revived, so they definitely are far away. It seems like there's no commitment to drop back into Sentosa to provide help. But Vice MKS actually finds the snipe onto Mikit to kind of dwindle down the numbers of X-Band, and now Kerchik is in danger. He's getting rushed at not just by Vice MKS, but shot at by 18 Deer. This 2v4 going terribly for X-Band.
And then there's Abe, who's just like, they don't know. They don't know. He's walking around the entire island perimeter so he doesn't get involved in this Sentosa fight so far. With that being said, now that Star Knights have fully recovered at this point and almost at full fighting strength, they're just looking and hunting down the last members of X-Band. They see Axel fly through the sky. They could respond to this, but I don't know. It looks like the ring. I don't know where the position is, but it feels kind of far if it hasn't fully closed just yet.
Still closing. First one is still closing, but it does look pretty far. Another revive from Fight MKS. Bring 18 Deer back. Question, how is Axel gonna get out of this predicament? Doesn't seem like he really has much left in the tank. Down to 1v1 and it's not even close. Shot to the dome, that's 369 damage and a quad kill for Fies MKS.
Just another day in the office for Fies. Oh boy, Star Knight's pretty happy with themselves, walking away with 6 eliminations. Yes, they are dwindling in terms of resources, but nothing that they can't recover as they loot their way back into the ring. Let's have a look at some of the other action that's happening across the maps, because I saw Hua for a couple of seconds and I am still curious about GOW, Falcons, and Attack All Around. But here is BRU looking over Hua with Ross from the Star Knights actually making it in from the ring. Looks like it's pretty far away.
There's also a revival point at the southern side of where BRU is. RQ. They quickly pumped on the brakes as soon as they sense there's company in front of them. And Hua, they decided that they do not want to fight at all. Hop on a vehicle, trying to drive away. Wasana was trying to put as much damage as possible. At least one of them is smoking, but at the end of the day, Hua was able to gain enough distance.
Interesting. I think Huas did see the initial launch from It feels a little. I don't know whether they knew that it was RRQ or not. Because if they knew it was RRQ, at the very least, maybe from our perspective, because they don't know, they don't necessarily see the names of the kill feed. So it makes sense, right? They see their back suddenly open to one member who's flying in. They don't know if there's other members, so it's safer to just walk away from the fight entirely and start rotating from the northwestern side rather than the northeastern.
It's a pretty rough start for RRQ because they just lost one of their members, Mao, to a demon who caught him on their rotation. Does get revived, save for Expand, slowly bringing their teammates back into the fray. But that means we have a few teams who are already forced on that hard reset, whereas for Falcons, who did engage in an early skirmish, walked away with a couple of revives and 4 points.
I'm glad they're at full fighting strength because they did lose a number of members. You can see the number of members that have been revived there. 3 of them getting knocked down, and it's luckily thanks to Cosq to keep them back at fighting strength. At this point, as we are moving into that second ring, we can see that the peak is just at the edge. And the Star Knights want to keep BRU out of the compound. This will be fun to watch. I mean, there's 6 eliminations, but BRU might just put a complete full stop to that.
Pretty bold also, right? Because Peak is BRU's home ground, while Moshi definitely was sleeping a little bit. Got sniped as a blue wall from his teammates. Lee would have really loved to find a finisher. But once you stir the hornet's nest, you better be ready to fight. And for Star Knight's case, they're not ready to fight this. They are just going to disengage.
I mean, it's just Liam and Raz right now. I don't see the other members of the Star Knights. It's going to be really difficult to lock down this entire compound. I think it might just be better to play out. We see BRU jump to the top of the roof, and Mal and Raz engage in a 1v1. Liam doesn't seem to have any angles. If Mal pushes in even more, they might just end up looking down the barrel of BRU as they start raining hell on Raz.
And Ma'ao wins it finally. 1v1 against Raz. That's definitely does dampen the forces of Star Knight. But you look at this, the surroundings of Peak. Honestly, Wasana someone finding a random shot. Ma'ao ends up going down anyways for making too much noise. And it's just down to Razor once more. And Peak claimed by BRU.
Yep, binoculars used. They know that all the members of BRU currently on that top floor. As the third ring starts to close, it's been a very rough game for RRQ. They thought they were making smarter moves. A single bad 1v1 gone wrong, turned into a limping leg situation as they have to keep on crawling into the ring.
There is a revival point if Razor is daring enough to go and capture it. That could provide them with a full revive, but it does expose you to the elements. And a couple of gun barrels. Attack all around also 4 points. For them, I think they were the one that engaged with Team Falcons. Both teams walked away with 4 points each, which is pretty darn impressive, right, considering all the revives. But it definitely decided to slow down. Perhaps fate might bring them together again.
They are rotating in from the same side of the map. No surprises that they're going to re-engage with each other. Seems like the overall rotational paths are pretty similar when it comes to Bermuda. In the meantime, I think that attack all around, knowing that they're on the low ground, is going to slow rotate into from the blue, wanting to see whether or not Falcons is going to take a very aggressive position. If not, maintain that high ground towards the northern side of Masakti.
Here he goes. This is the local derby. Vamos against Toad. With Expand being the referee, it seems like, as they are kind of spread out on the map. But Vamos so far in the middle of the pack if we just look at the local squad. Meanwhile, Hua Esports, they're just wiping out GOW. 4 points so far. Demon, the third to go down. Mid-air snipe this time, not gonna land. He survives the onslaught and makes it out alive, but RRQ Kazu not that lucky. Wasana wipes them out, and AG Global now about to basically just rain hell on Star Knights. 2 Indonesian teams back-to-back eliminated.
Not exactly too great of a start here today. Map number 1, nonetheless. BRU still making sure that they're dominating that compound on towards the eastern side of the map, and now looking over God of Wolf, they're looking for another team to be eliminated. Attack all around, however, it seems like their delayed rotation may have costed them. Not a lot of teams are fighting within the ring just yet, but if they hold out for a little bit longer, Vamos is about to get walked up on by Falcons. Oh my god, Peter has an insane angle here.
This might just change the course of the battle. They are backing up because someone else is shooting at them, but here comes the push. Peter, what a grenade! Actually, Cosq with the support. And Vamos, just like you said, are getting absolutely clobbered, on fire, on top. Another name from Cosq. This guy activating that golden arm at the start of the day, and there's just nothing Vamos could do. Falcons, they just ran over them in the blink of an eye, and with Vamos left with just Kathizi, it's only a matter of time before they hunt him down for the 8 point.
Oh, and now Cosq, he's gonna try. Taking on this 1v1, just buying a time for as long as possible. Vamos eventually, inevitably, will get eliminated here. Nobody to give a helping hand and bail them out of the situation. It's now Todak, southern side of Falcons right now, trying to play this uphill battle as both are on the slope. Hua might be hearing the shots coming in from one more. They might look to peek. Because right now, all the teams are playing on the outside of the circle. It's just open field in the middle of it. It's a pretty weird endgame scenario, but at least for the side of BRU, they should be able to overlook all the teams on the western side.
Time to pour all your explosives because it's about to get heated. As Falcons, 9 eliminations so far. Todak next on their hit list. They are kind of chilling around, playing the glue walls. Retry rhythm shown as well. Glue wall mounts around the corner. Trap needs a lot of support right now. Wings actually clips Peter somehow, and that is going to stop Falcons in the tracks for now. That's a 12 point for Todak, so far doing incredibly well in this opening round.
Very aggressive. They know how to hunker down and punish their opponents for trying to be trying to take the space. But do they have enough resources to make it into the other side for the next piece of natural cover? As the ring closes in, on fire, Cosq ain't happy with what Wings did. Expand eventually gets eliminated, but they have to go for the all-in. 1v1 doesn't go well. The backup plan was a little late as the pre-fire didn't work out. Now it's going to be a full 2v2. Oh, and Raja still gets blasted in the middle of that. They get bailed out with the help of AG on the opposite side. Falcons with 13 eliminations, making it the top 4.
Not just that, one more with the support fire from afar. When he's not pressured, he literally lands every single shot. BRU actually wiped out by AG Global. Down the top 3 is Dem, Hua Esports, and Falcons. Falcons are the only team with 1 member down. Seems like the win rate says that Hua Esports have the best chance based on where they are location-wise. But I digress because AG Global, they are on the top of the hill, and Falcons, they want that spot.
Yeah, I think that Falcons just should not show presence. Just keep looking towards Hua's side. If Hua's pushing up, take your time. You don't have to immediately take out the fraggers, but make sure that that sniper goes down. And they've already found Triken, Death, and Yanbin trying their best. And Shin and Yanbin are down. Death has to hold on. It's great. Utilize target priority. If AG is already shooting at Hua, double up on it. And you can see that Falcons completely give up at shooting Hua anymore. They're looking to slowly come up on that uphill to take AG if with full force.
And On Fly immediately shows presence right after that. Drops out the Steffi to negate any sort of explosive. Utility denies so far. Cosq in the front of things, somehow able to reconvene with his teammates. But as the circle closes in, Hua are not down and out just yet. They could still have an impact on this final fight. And it all comes down to whether Cosq can make it. Unfortunately, no more grenades on his side, and AG takes the first step, stop around the corner, almost. Guns down on fire, who was able to get away, double Riptide Rhythm. Dew is now exposed. Those glue walls will only buy a bit of time, but just enough for AG Global to make up for lost space.
Oh, Cosq, he tries to initiate and Slop gets baited into the fight. They've already found one, but the rest immediately start pouncing onto the back member. Cosq now all by himself, one more and as well as on fire. Don't have line of sight here as the rest of them are starting to fall. AG encompass them, eliminating his Death, clapping his hands. As many as he can take out. If he clutches it, he will be godly. But AG come up on top of the booyah here today for map number 1.
Very, very well done. Fantastic start for AG Global. Really just blitz their way through every single team. I mean, Falcons put up a really good fight, but it's a bit of a shame that they ran out of utilities towards the very end. Cosq having 0 mates to work with. It all came down to CQC, but when it comes down to just numbers, AG Global, they had the advantage.
They did. I mean, because of this default map, anybody who engages in the early game, usually if they stick around, will eventually find the people who hurt them. And AG, early game, didn't have to worry. But we did see them circle 2, circle 3. They were taking a lot of damage from everybody. And from that side, especially the eastern front, it feels like AG were creeping up and eventually they wanted to take on BRU, but they definitely didn't want to do it alone.
Yeah, they were just utilizing the presence of other teams, and BRU were swamped, right? They don't have the high ground advantage. They were surrounded by multiple teams, and AG Global just had the better angle to work with. That's why when we look at the win rate prediction as well. The fact that AG Global were on top of the hill already gave them a lot of innate advantages. And the moment Hua went down and Falcons were not able to pick off members of AG, it was pretty much a done deal unless Falcons pull off a clutch.
Yeah, that's why I think Hua was making some really smart decisions, but Torak as well, looking pretty decent overall. Early kills, eventually translating them to maybe a potential higher finish. I don't know what the total points is going to be for them, but even for attack all around, that slow rotate into the ring, especially when they're side by side with Falcons, really hurt them at the end.
And the last time we took a peek at Torak before they got wiped out, they had 12 eliminations. So to give them a couple of placement points is a pretty solid start to the round. And I think, it also benefits them when it comes to the race, not just the kind of evade Star Knights, but to catch up to P Sports and perhaps get a top 12 finish or get close to that point. Because Torak, they are on that narrative, right? When they debuted in Free Fire, I think almost 3 years ago, they had a superstar roster, and afterwards, it just wasn't really there. People were still looking for redemption. Maybe this is it.
I mean, it's okay, right? Because it's still the very first map. Even last week where they had pretty much the same thing. Well, you know what? Let's just hold it off for a sec. We're going to have an interview with our current Booyah winners. Let's have a word with them.
No word can describe their play, but this word can. Superb. Because they did so outstanding today, and this is AG! Yay! Give it up!
สวัสดีครับ
Can you introduce yourself?
แนะนำตัวเองหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อสต็อปชื่อในเกมชื่อสต็อปครับ AG สต็อปครับเล่นตำแหน่งรัชเชอร์
Hi guys, I'm Stop. In game name is AG Stop. I play Russia.
Okay. Stop some said that Russia is not that important in this patch. Is it true?
มีคนบอกว่าตำแหน่งรัชเชอร์ไม่ค่อยจะโหดในแพทนี้จริงไหมคะ
ไม่จริงครับแพทนี้ก็เล่นได้อยู่ครับก็โหดอยู่ไม่ใช่ผมนะพี่มาถึงคนอื่น
Not so to playing Russia in this patch is still good, but not for me. I mean others.
You mean others can do better than you? I don't think so.
ก็คือคิดว่าคนอื่นทำได้เก่งกว่าเราเหรอ
พี่ไม่เห็นด้วยนะ Because you opened the day with the first booyah of the day. How do you feel?
เพราะว่าเรารอบนี้เราได้บูย่าเป็นเกมแรกเลยเปิดสนามมารู้สึกไงบ้างคะ
ก็ดีใจครับจริงๆอยากให้ MVP น้องดิวครับแต่ผมฟุกได้น้องดิวมันลุ้น MVP อยู่ครับ
I feel very happy but actually I want AG Deal to be the MVP but I just got lucky that to become MVP this game.
Oh, you said you are lucky but I resist that. I cannot แบบว่า agree with that นะ because you did so well.Remarkable, I can say. So, is it true you did so well is because of the lucky charm you were here?
จริงไหมที่แบบว่าเราฟุกได้เพราะว่าเรามีเครื่องรางนำโชคตรงเนี้ยเนี่ย
จริงครับเครื่องรางอันนี้มีคนทำให้ครับ
What is it say? Whose name?
มีมี่ครับก็คือชื่อแฟนผมเองครับ
So basically he got the lucky charm from his girlfriend named Mimi. Give him this.
The one that good at singing?
คนที่ร้องเพลงเก่งๆใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับลำก็เก่งครับไม่ใช่ลำแบบสายย่อเลยนะครับลำไทยครับลำไทย
The one that very good at singing and also Thai dancing.
Okay, so last but not least, anything you want to say to your girlfriends? Because I think you won this booyah because of her.
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนไหมคะเพราะว่าคิดว่าได้บูย่าครั้งเนี้ยเพราะว่าเครื่องรางจากแฟน
ก็ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณที่คอยให้กำลังใจแล้วก็คอยเชียร์คอยให้คำปรึกษาทุกอย่างนะครับผมครับรักนะจุ๊บ
Thank you for giving me support and encouragement with everything I do. Love you.
So guys, I think it's true that our player did so well because they have like a background support that is very good also. So now let's get back to you, Shoutcaster. See you in a second.
Hey man, top-notch translation, but shout out to Mimi. Give us tickets to your next concert if you ever have one. That's the motivation that every man needs.
Truly, like honestly, Free Fire may not be the only game that I cast, but it seems like the landscape is different, right? Bombastic personalities, willing to show confidence, but even those who are shy still get the full benefits of the girlfriend buff, and it doesn't go the opposite way of the girlfriend curse when they bring them to the big stage.
Oh yeah, I mean, you are just getting introduced to the tip of the iceberg of what the Free Fire scene is all about, man, because it's not just, Thai players, even local players. In Malaysia, every single time when someone gets a booyah, especially when we play online, they show photos of their partners, they show photos of their parents, their pets, whatever kind of drives them to get that win. And the fact that my boy here stopped blowing flying kisses on cam in a live studio, this man is here for the win.
He is here for the win. And honestly, AG for this week and as well as last week have been really stepping things up. Week 2 and 3 were a little slow for them, but I think this patch has quite benefited them a lot overall. I feel like they've taken a more aggressive approach, knowing that honestly they're not too far away from actually getting a top 2 spot by the end of it before they head into Point Rush, because they're in no contentions whatsoever of dropping out of top 12.
Yeah, and you also brought up a very important point regarding rushes, right? They are not that important in the current meta. It all comes down to the support system, the pillars around the rusher, the snipers, the grenadier, that is kind of built around being able to allow the rushers to do their job by first weakening the opponents, and I think he's done a fantastic job. Elim leaders for this round, though, again, I mean, you see Cypher on that list as always, but we got Wings in first place with 8, then one more with 5, and afterwards it's going to be Cypher, Cosq with 4.
Yeah, I'm very happy the Wings is able to be part of the Elims leader. 8 eliminations is huge. Cypher, as mentioned, I don't know whether he has just the biggest case of FOMO, but it's like, no, I need to have my picture up in the Elims leaderboard no matter what.
I mean, you gotta find a way to always make a mark, right? Cypher, it's either him or Dew, but I think most of the time it's Cypher right now. Key players, of course, most Elims is gonna be Wings from Todak, one more with the most damage dealt. And Foki is sent on a revival mission as he brought 3 teammates back, but not enough to keep them in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little unfortunate, right, for Attack all around. It looks like overall, in terms of total points, they end up with only 7. So their first engagement and then afterwards a bad decision of slow rolling back into the ring really costed them way more points, because I think they would have been sitting closer to 14 with positional, and also with the scenario of free teams still lingering around, like Expand for an example. But at least for AG, 13 eliminations, 12 points from placements, 25 to help them try and claw back up into top 2.
No, they definitely are slowly creeping up the Twisted Minds as well with that first round, at least for AG Global. Still along with the fact that they were able to stop BRU in round 1 is a good start. Even for Todak, right, they're getting ever so close to PE Sports, who they wiped out without giving a single point over, gaining some distance between them and Star Knights, but most importantly, it's getting closer to the top 12.
But now we move on to our next map, and then questions start arising once more. When we get to the next map, are these teams going to be able to perform the same? Todak especially, right? Because even when we did see them have a hot streak, similar to last week actually, unfortunately for them, they tend to run out of steam as the maps go by. I mean, we'll see the schedule in just a little bit, and then we can talk about the next upcoming map. But yeah, that just seems to be the case for them.
Yeah, and the consistency has been really plaguing a team like Todak for a very long time, and I really hope that they can maintain that streak. As long as it gets them in the top 12, I guess I don't expect them to play 6 amazing rounds, but I definitely do not want them to kind of just bomb out the next round as well. Something that I think Todak has experienced multiple times, but has always struggled to keep it together because of the ever-changing landscapes of other teams. And when you come down to these CQCs, when Todak is forced to play fast, that's where they start tripping.
You would imagine that when they're playing in their locals, that was to be the go-to. Just get CQC, force fights, the atypical play style that we come to love from our region. But even so, when you're up against some of the better teams, and especially for those looking for revenge, I'm looking at PE Sports, right? They got dropped on by Todak. They got eliminated first. I'm pretty sure they're looking for revenge here in Purgatory.
Oh, 100%. But first, they also have to consider the top 3 teams, RQ Kazu, BRU, and Attack All Around. All will be playing in this current lobby as well. Of course, for Attack All Around and RQ Kazu, didn't really have the best round 1, especially for RQ, who was basically chased around and gunned down at every single corner. Let's see if they can recover on this map.
Yep, they were running out of resources, and honestly, fighting in the blue for that long really is going to eventually add up on the extra interest you have to pay coming back into the ring. But with that being said, we're going to be heading on into our next map of the day. Woof! This one's going to be fun because Purgatory, you never really know who is going to come up on top. A much bigger map with a place between life and death. Especially when you're looking to get to the gates of heaven, there's only one place that you have to overcome, especially with 12 other teams looking for that one spot to get into Booyah Heaven. It's Purgatory.
Absolutely. Hell hath fire and fury, and only one team can make it out of the burning pits alive. It's time to check out where the drop spots are going to be. Well, starting with the flight path as well. One of the biggest maps in Free Fire alone. And teams, you gotta get ready to strap in, find some vehicles, and move efficiently. Of course, everything brought to you by the amazing Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Got a great Galaxy AI, great efficiency when it comes to gaming, and most importantly, it takes great photos.
Honestly, with how smart that AI is, some of these teams might be dropping their coaches when they have such power in their hands. But still, a human element is important in this game because you got to read players and not just read the map.
So far, I think it's a very generous flight path. Vamos want no smoke, so they go far away, but not the Indonesians, as Star Knights are not done with RQ Kazu just yet, and this time they're going to make sure that they start it off hot. RQ Kazu went for 2-2 split, and this might just cost them because Liam just found one.
Yeah, oh man, Abe's down, Razor. He's trying to, he doesn't have blue walls to protect his boy. Has to just let First Blood go over to the Star Knights. Looking strong here by Forge. I would imagine that the rest of, wait, hold on. Up on the hill, I did see PE Sports' logo there for just a second, but now it's going to be Dutz as well as Raz in that 1v1. Razor needs to stop 18 Deer from actually getting in before Dutz actually goes down. Raz ends up winning that with just a sliver of his health with the help of 18 Deer. And with that being said, Star Knight's in a great position.
And they're not done just yet. This spree is just beginning, because Raz is going to heal up the rest of his team and send them off on their way. I believe there was a third knockdown onto an RQ Kazu member. A revive did came true, but the Star Knights want to let him bleed out. That's a pretty rough way to let Razor go.
It's just to send a message. Don't do this next time. Don't try and two-on-two split with me on this map. But with Forge all in control of the Star Knights, they should be able to just run around, loot themselves back up to full, and start making their way to look for some more points. Because again, Star Knights still not in that 12th spot, but they're catching up pretty quickly. And speaking of which, even PE Sports, right? Even for them, they were probably thinking of maybe punishing the Star Knights so they don't go in contention for that top 12 spot, but I think it's a smarter option just to back away.
Yeah, not when you have such a abysmal start. I think PE Sports, they still have some room to wriggle with, although not that much. This round, they better start getting a couple of points in. Attack All Around and Hua Esports might face off against each other. Obviously, Attack All Around will be the first one to fire a couple of shots. Yanbin takes it in the back, but able to make it back to shelter.
Brasilia gonna be contested for the time being. If Death can actually find his initial pickoff, that's when we expect to see the rest of Huata start bleeding on through and flooding the front lines. I do see Expand on the top right of the minimap. Looks like they're rotating around this, which begs the question, where did Attack All Around retreat from the southern side of Brasilia?
I would assume they just went all the way down, right? Because Brasilia is in this close to the center. I'm surprised that Attack All Around didn't went for the full rush. Maybe there's no point doing it this early into the game, which is, I feel like, a pretty smart choice. Fire Brigade, owned by Falcons for now, they have obtained 2 vehicles, which is going to help them move around the map a lot more efficiently.
Yeah, this is going to be great for them because, again, Falcons, they want to get involved. They want to get into these fights, but at the same time, it's still very early on. Last week, we saw a lot of teams fighting super early and then taking it slow. May have changed after watching the past couple of days. Yes, it used to be the case of early fighting, but even so, you got to make sure you're at full fighting strength. RQ will try and take advantage of the lone member of God of Wolf, split off from the rest of them. They might have to take a 3v2 unless they swing a little too wide.
This is a 1v4 at this point.
Oh!
No chance at all. How did T get away in a 1v3? I mean, he found all the isolated fights. It's pretty uncharacteristic of RQ Kazu to just give it up like that. But Attack All Around finally spring the attack onto Hua. Of course, Hua, they are spread out in this urban residence with Tricken and Yanbin in the same building, and a hold off Jump God and Foki for now. Support fire from the other side with on top of the roof. Shin will only have the mini Uzi in his hand. Not the best weapon from that range, as Attack All Around still finding the best angle to engage. The Hua Esports, they have time to join up.
I hate the fact that we have to move on after a 1v3 play. I really do, but Attack All Around, this might just be an all or nothing for them. Shin might just get them with the cluster grenade. Jump God is going to wide swing here, quickly drops down the glue wall. What? As he slays two and gets blasted at the same time. It looks like he was cut off through the window, unfortunately, that was exposed, and this is going to allow their entire team to start collapsing. Tricken, unfortunately, could not find Poon God a single shot away from making Attack All Around's attack a disaster.
They better clean it up quick, better wrap up the show because PE Sports have just arrived. They're going to touch down onto Limit and just dunk on him. A 3v1 where Limit has no chance of winning. Don't cry, even hitting the headshot hunter count of 5. Attack All Around, they will not be a part of this fight anymore, but Hua Esports making the smart decision to instantly back off.
It's all about full fighting strength, right? A single man disadvantage. What could be the top 4 people getting eliminated at 11th place? Now, PE Sports, they understand this. If Hua is moving backwards, there's either another team looking over them or they're not at full fighting strength. And it seems like they're picking up the idea that they might not be in full fighting strength, but they kept getting shot from another angle. So they're going to take their time as Hwang-an is going to try and punish this rotation.
Not going to be an easy one, especially for Hua Esports, who only have the bunker to work with. PE Esports actually going to commit to it. Takes the launch pad, while a fair one from Buns can do it again in round 2. In fact, going the other way, they don't want to engage, so playing it safe. Can't say the same for Star Knights, who are just running down Team Falcons. They already got one, and Koskyo, he is literally surrounded. How is he going to make out of this? Sniped by 5 MKS, 2 shots to the chest, and that is lights out for Koskyo, but Peter did get leave in exchange, so Falcons, they really want to take on this fight despite being 2 men down.
Yeah, but they're going to be fighting from within the blue. It's still ring 1, but it doesn't look like they have a lot of resources to actually work with. One more med pack for Faiz. He can't take too much damage, really has to maximize it. Has a vehicle, sees one more, clips his knees. But still, Falcons, they can't seem to stop the rest of the members, especially on the right flank. It's already been broken through. Peter is down. Faiz snipes, domes him straight away. With one more on this side, he spots him out. I don't know if he has the angle on fire, but it's too late. The mini Uzi takes him as the Star Knights now encapsulate on this position.
Yeah, both teams putting off clutches. 5 MKS to stopping Peter gave Star Knights a fighting chance, but again we see the rush down just now to take him out. United Falcons now have stabilized the playing field. It's a 2v2. Falcons are closer to each other, whereas for 18 Deer, he's just hiding behind these logs. The blue is not gonna hurt too much just yet, but Falcons at least they have one member in the safe zone, but Star Knights actually brings the revive, so Falcons, I'm not sure how long it would take for them to figure this out.
Oh, and that's it. They figured it out straight away. Team that launch going to try and get out of that fight. They know that the new are not too far away, but it's in blue. So 18 Deer going revive members are out. 18 Deer has all information in mold.
That is just mad. They do go for the pincer. So good coordination. 5 MKS brought back, instantly joins the fight and comes in for 2-prong attack. They do lose leave, and now it's one more against 5 MKS. It's not even a contest because Ross made it unfair. So one more drops, and Star Knight really revving their engines to find 8 eliminations.
Gosh, plenty of fuel, plenty of in this vehicle of Star Knights. Let's see how long this is going to last, right? Because again, we've seen teams get a lot of points, a lot of elimination points early, but they struggle, especially once they get into that 4th and 5th ring, because they've been fighting for so long that they don't have a position. Now, AG is one of the few exceptions, but then again, it's because of their aggressive nature and the way that they actually punch a hole during the 3rd ring. Do you see them look for the opportunity to hunker down and just wait it out until the final moment?
At least we know that Stop has 100% pocket market rate, right? He always carries that around. Always likes to go grocery shopping, right? He likes the convenience it provides. Well, Hua Esports will run into BRU again. That's the UAV sent to the southern side of BRU. But again, to kind of crash this compound will not be easy with the amount of area that they have to cover.
I mean, a lot of engagements are about to happen, and this city center is, this town area is not looking like a very fun place to be in. BRU are going to take the height, and it's smart of them for taking the height, because you see that Wasana is watching the right side in case they see any of the Hua members trying to flank them out. Shin is there, so they have a rough idea of what's happening. PE Sports could eventually get involved, but for now, both teams taking it real slow to see what is the play space they actually have. Oh, looks like they figured out that Hua was on the 2nd floor, forcing them down to the bottom. Get high, and Jonah will hunker down as Wasana and Moshi will eventually take their time before they start penetrating in towards Hua Esports on lower ground.
Trying to play divide and conquer, right? They wanted to separate the Hua Esports members, but Hua able to reconvene with each other, and now here comes the rush. It's Wasana just runs into 4 people and finds the first takedown anyways. Doesn't seem like BRU cares who they're up against, because they're just too good. Every one of the members is equivalent to 4, and Hua Esports basically caught with the pants down. And not just that, Jonah, what a snipe with the RGS, even does a parkour maneuver to find the 2nd one onto Hua Esports, and now it's just pandemonium for the Vietnamese team. They had no chance from the beginning.
Oh, that was brutal. That was so... It's just such a clean take from BRU. I really wish we have an instant replay of just Wasana's POV as he runs into 4, because it feels like you just can't keep up with him sometimes.
You really can't. I mean, if you have the guts to Tatsuya dash into 4 people, that itself deserves respect. You know, Wasana might need to get a psych evac after this, because he is too good at that.
Todak now getting blasted out of the sky here as AG find a place in the ring. However, the blue is going to eventually close on in. They know their backs are clean, and they're making sure that they have a wide spread. However, there is a bit of a problem. There is a bit of water that's cutting off the mainland here. If they want to come through towards the southern side of this map, they might get blasted, but we'll see in a little bit, because we do see the Star Knights actually pushing into AG's spot.
And let's see if they can up the Illim count. Lean goes down. He's the one with the grenade in hand. And dude really crippled the firepower of Star Knights. It's not done just yet. Raz also ends up going down. AG Global playing and keeping Star Knights at an arm's range before they come in for the finishing blow. And the 18 dealer down. Star Knights are down to just 1.
Expand in a phenomenal position. Watching this whole thing go down, they're looking to gatekeep and even attack all around. They probably would have wanted Expand's position, but playing on this side of the map on the northeastern side, they have a full view. So PE Sports, God of Wolf, Expand, and attack all around are going to be the ones responsible for keeping everybody else out.
And Star Knights unfortunately got eliminated. The last member found by GOW, and now it's Expand's chance to stop AG Global. Todak did it in the previous game, but can Expand replicate the success? 2 buildings to work with. AG Global coming in from the eastern side, and here we go. They storm the front. Caramel looking for angles, and Kuching actually chunked down to very low, so he needs time. Backup is going to follow him. A bodyguard actually trying to protect him, but unfortunately for Achap, he is out of this game for now. AG Global dispatching the members of Expand. Axo being the 2nd one to get taken out.
Tactically, room by room, breach as they start dropping down the blue wall melters to eventually go into the last room. Kathizi's already down. Kuchik is trying his best, but that glue wall ain't stopping nobody. Saifa looking to end this quick with a mini Uzi as they wipe out Expand in 9th place here in Purgatory. Attack all around. As per mentioned, they're responsible, but wait, Vamos is getting into a full-on engagement with BRU as BRU, we just watched the last couple of moments as BRU puts the final nail in their coffin.
Yeah, Vamos really had no chance but to fight that, but actually made it closer than I thought. Would have been nice if they took down Wasana, his jump guard. We see his final moments. AG Global just catches a lucky stroke. And that's 10 points already. They even have the circle in their favor. Meanwhile, PE Sports right now against Todak. You stay get in. It's about revenge, and PE Sports not up to the best of stars, losing Ban already. And Todak still pretty much with the full squad, but BRU is gonna crash the party, and that complicates things.
Oh wait, hold on. How much damage did BRU take? It looks like they didn't have a pocket marker on hand to get any revives. I saw Moshi, but I didn't know how many team members he brought in that vehicle too. Todak still trapped on the inside. Get high on the top. He's just taking his time. He's looking at Wings, making it difficult. They don't know this. Todak don't realize it. They've already taken the majority of the members of PE Sport, but Get High is stopping Wings from actually keeping hold of that angle. BRU forcibly make Todak take this full engage onto PE, and now if they find a pick of their own and turn this into a 2v2, this could be huge.
And I mean, Get High is being so cheeky. He tried to chunk down the members of Todak from on top of the roof, but AG Global saw all of that happening. They were pelting glue wall melters onto the roof just to get rid of the BRU members, as he was forced to put up his own glue wall. And AG Global, once more, just like Bermuda, are in a perfect spot to potentially take the win if they keep this up. Look at the amount of control they have over the safe zone.
I love it. I love it. I think God of Wolf right now on the southern side of the map just don't show presence, right? You don't need to show presence. If you want to start playing for elimination points, your best bet is showing up on towards the western side of that hill. AG has a lot of play space, but Todak and as well as BRU, only one of those teams need to survive to make it out. And now with the next ring already revealed, God of Wolf playing for the end game zone.
Todak tried to run down BRU with the monster truck, and Caramel somehow lands a nade onto Wings. Of all people, the cluster to follow on Wings, even though he stands back up, probably will go down to the blue zone as Todak are all expiring. So Monster Truck being hijacked. It's GTA in Purgatory. Todak is going to be knocked out down to top 4. AG Global, I think this is the time for them to pounce. Moshi is busy dealing with his inner demons, and this one manifested in the form of GOW. It's going to be Riptide Rhythm. Moshi taken down by Demon. And AG Global now have GOW in front of them and a lone Todak member.
Let's see, because AG, they've been playing very, very aggressive here, and now they're going to start Tatsuya dashing in towards the mix. However, their rushers must take their time, wait for the support, or maybe an opportunity that's being open as their left flank has been cracked open. Saifa forced to readjust one more time as Demon trying to make his way back. Iza is down, but with the way that this is going, it's not looking very good, as AG still have a majority of their members, and it looks like an overextension from GOW is going to cost them the booyah as AG finds it and close out map number 2.
They set the trap, they lured GOW in, and they walked right into a landmine, which blew them to smithereens. Again, support fire from afar paid dividends for AG Global, but it's the setup, the response time, and the read on GOW's move that really gave AG Global the second consecutive booyah of the evening. What an incredible start to the first 2 rounds, honestly, for this team.
Really good stuff, and I mean, now this puts them maybe even closer, right? Because they started off the day at 781. They've already broken the 800 mark, and since RRQ have not been able to crack even top 4 with a minimum of, like, I don't know, 8 eliminations amongst the whole team, they have not only overtaken them, but are really separating that gap, creating an even bigger fissure between the two.
That's one thing the Thai teams always unanimously agree on, is that no one gets left behind, and that even kind of extends to teams that they face off in a tournament, right? If there are 5 Thai teams, they all wish that they would kind of occupy top 5 on the leaderboard. And I assume that AG Global have already made it into the VIP guest list. Now they're just waiting on Falcons and Attack all around, who overall have had a pretty decent first 2 rounds so far, but AG Global is definitely the standout.
Yep, they've been surviving a lot of situations. They've been able to recover really, really well, but I think more importantly so, they've been taking high priority fights. It's not like they're fighting for the sake of fighting, maybe in the early game, but they can get a couple of picks, but even so, they are looking for full squad eliminations. They make sure that there's no stragglers, and worst yet, their snipers are usually the ones getting picked off first.
Even when you look at the highlights, right, we had pretty great plays from teams like Star Knight, BRU, you know, even even Falcons to a certain degree, but every time we lay our eyes onto AG Global, they just look so clean, moving like a hive mind in essence, even taking control of the final zone, not once, but twice to really gain that advantage that led to a win.
Although I will have to say, it's kind of funny that Torakin as well as PE just seem to always be influencing each other, whether directly or indirectly, right? Again, no revenge found. So long for that final fight to capitalize on as many eliminations as they deserve.
Yeah, it's pretty weird because no matter how much you try to avoid some of these teams, the face of Free Fire always bring them back. Let's hear what AG Global has to say.
Can someone prepare me a bananas? Because this is Monkey Dew from AG. If I have to say hi to him, I cannot say hello Dew. I have to say เจี๊ยกเจี๊ยกเจี๊ยกเจี๊ยก
อีกแล้วเหรอ ครับ
Okay, how was your day, Dew? วันนี้เป็นไงบ้างคะ
ก็ดีครับข้าวอร่อย
Quite good because the food is delicious.
ข้าวอร่อยโทรศัพท์ดีครับโทรศัพท์ดี
Okay, food is delicious and the phone is pretty good. Pretty good. Because I heard that when someone put down the phone so hard, you will say, "Hey, don't do that," because you like pay so much important to the phones. ก็คือได้ยินมาว่าเวลาที่มีใครวางโทรศัพท์ลงโต๊ะแรงๆอะไรเงี้ยดิวก็จะบ่น
ใช่ครับ
ก็คือดิวเป็นคนที่แบบว่าค่อนข้าง
เดี๋ยวโทรศัพท์พังครับโทรศัพท์ดีมากเดี๋ยวมันพัง
Okay, because I have to take care of the phone because the phone is really good. I don't want it to be broken. Oh, okay. So, outside of the phones, do you have anything that you need to make your day so good? แล้วนอกจากโทรศัพท์เนี่ยมีอะไรอย่างอื่นไหมที่ทำให้แบบวันนี้เป็นวันดีๆของเรา
ข้าวอร่อยครับข้าวอร่อยวันนี้
Okay, I give the priority to the food. If the food is good, then my day is good. What is your favorite dish? เราชอบกินอะไรมากที่สุด Banana กล้วยเหรอ
อันนั้นก็นานๆทีกินเรากินตลอดไม่ได้เราต้องกินตอนจะแข่ง แต่ว่าวันนี้ไม่ได้กินนะวันนี้ไม่ได้กินเรากินเพื่อให้อยู่ท้องครับ
แล้วสรุปของโปรดคืออะไร
อะไรก็ได้ที่ไม่ต้องเคี้ยวครับไม่ได้กลืนลึบเลย
โจ๊ก Okay, I can eat anything that don't need much to chew, like a congee or something. And for the banana, I seldom eat it, just only before I came for the competition. To make the stomach full all the time. Like, do you have any tips for your fans? มี to be a good pro player. มีคำแนะนำให้แฟนๆที่อยากเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์เหมือนเราไหม
ดูนักแข่งเยอะครับดูนักแข่งเยอะครับจะได้เก่งเหมือนนักแข่งครับ
ดูไลฟ์สตรีมใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
keep watching live stream and see the pro player when they are playing so you can learn from them. Okay, last but not least, before we going into the next game, do you know Korean cheerleader? ก่อนที่เราจะเข้าสู่เกมถัดไปเคยเห็น cheerleader เกาหลีที่เขาเต้นไหม
ไม่เคย
Never seen he said dance with me เร็ว
ทำไร
Before going to the next game แล้ว dance me ตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ดตึ๊ด Okay, back to you, Showcaster.
Man, I love me some good food, but yeah, good food makes a good man win, and a good man who wins dance as well.
Yeah, it seems to be a very easy correlation between the two. But better yet, maybe he should consider getting a liquid diet if he's worried about chewing on his food, man. This guy, he's got no time to waste. Maybe you should consider mewing if that is going to be it. But man, 7 eliminations overall, an absolute beast of a sniper, winning that very last engagement by taking out the enemy sniper. His counter-sniping still top-notch with 3 headshots for the total of the game. I thought it would be a little bit more than that, but man, so effective at what he does.
He definitely should consider a liquid diet because he has ice in his veins with how he plays this game. Always kind of making himself known whether he's an MVP or on the top elim charts. In fact, there was one season where Dale had too much MVP titles. It felt unfair. And I believe that was last year, in fact, in the World Series. But when we look at the Booyah team stats again, it's really not much difference. It's the same exact loadout as game number 1, and they make it work so well.
Yep, with triple Tatsuya, that's why they get aggressive early. Yes, they have moved the active skill cards to be Tatsuya, so technically they can get creative with their comp, but have you seen the flexibility of AG? Technically, even if they have bombers, 2 rushers, and a sniper, when you have your sniper support join along with you in that CQC, it can really turn the momentum of a fight very fast.
Yeah, and you feel really good about yourself doing when you do that as well, right? The fact that the sniper has the most elims and the most damage and is willing to get down into business up close and personal really says something about Dio. But you also got Caramel and Cypher on the elim leader list alongside DOW's T and Star Knight's Ras.
I wonder. In 5th place of Siphon as well as Ross. Cypher, of course, he's got to be there. He always sneaks himself. Even if he's not in the elimination leaders, I would assume he's in the key players. But we got to give it to Punga with 5 headshots. Do, of course, mega damage. But even for BRU Moshi, it seemed like the northwestern front of the map was a highly contested zone by not only Malaysians but Thai members. And unfortunately for Moshi and the rest of his squad, it feels like they didn't have enough fighting strength in that last ring.
Yeah, 12 blue walls destroyed, right? They had to go through a literal fortress. But AG Global sets the record, the standard for today. Most points gathered so far, 29, and then followed by GOW, about 18. Pretty good day for GOW so far, and even BRU not too shabby, despite not making it into top 3. But Todak had a slower round 2, but still able to make it double digits.
Yep, I think it's good. I think the performance is looking alright for the side of Todak. They're making some really good decisions. And honestly, the fact that they are working on their fundamentals, previously they couldn't take engagements where opponents would make the first move. Now it feels like it's a little more of a 50-50, and they are pretty confident once they are given the green light to go all in.
And we are starting to see a bit of a shift as well, or at least the race to top 12. GOW pulling away for sure. P-Sports and Todak, they gotta really buckle up because if GOW is performing well, the next best result they could get is to at least overtake Heavy.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're going to start getting desperate and looking to hot drop them early on, but then again, it could change depending on what map it's going to be, which means that at least for the RNG map at the very end, or the random map as people call it, I think it's going to be more favorable if it is going to lean into like maps like Kalahari or even Purgatory. I think Bermuda is going to be the most 50-50 overall, but if we do happen to get Nextera, I would like to see some of these Vietnam teams like come up big, like attack all around.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 2 maps that can really have the most random results would be Kalahari and Nextera, right? Depending on what's your flavor of the day. Do you like no buildings? Do you like the suburbs? Then you go Kalahari. But if you like industrial development, then Nextera is always going to be the option. We got 4 more rounds to go, but for now we'll give the team some breather as we take a short break. And when we return, it'll be round 3 and round 4 of Knockout Day 15.
I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get 1 extra point as well. A bonus for the road exposit. Backstabbed by Masada.
He's been completely exposed. It's down to A-Backs, last player up against a full roster.
Yes.
Find somebody nameless though on the ground. Finger's gone crazy all alone, and he gets caught free round. Second Booyah.
if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get one extra point as well. A bonus for the road exposit. The backstab by Vasana.
He's been completely exposed. It's down to A-Backs, last player up against a full roster. Find somebody nameless though on the ground. Spinger's gone crazy all alone and he gets caught free round. Second booyah off.
ตอนนี้น่ามีคิวครับผมเล่นดี
Digs now. Exposi gets the backstab. And high down on the ground. Exposi kicked out of the Stunko.
Lagi gua main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gua.
Going to be the first one to go in, Judo with the grenades. Going to hope that they're going to manage to get it. He gets it! I think Judo is down. Nameless is gone. Diamond is alone. Can he one v one?
Thank you very much, bro. Udah kasih kita boya.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Round one.
Welcome back, survivors. You're watching the Free Fire World Series here in Southeast Asia. It's going to be the fall season, day number 15 if you're just tuning in, and we've already concluded the first two maps. Our next two maps is where it's going to get exciting. We're going to be touching on, well, maps that some people love and hate, but other times it really depends on the person. My name's Getting Q. This is Husky here to make sure that you guys are going to be entertained for these next few games, and hopefully we're going to get something interesting, because we do need to see these bottom teams really climb up fast towards that 12th spot, and the gap honestly feels a lot more manageable now than the beginning of the day.
I agree. After the first two rounds, teams that needed to step up really did. I mean, we saw Toda have an amazing round one, a mediocre round two, but at least it kind of makes the fulfills the benchmark so far. They just got to keep it up. PE Sports as well, great recovery, and it's all about overtaking heavy at least. As when you look at the day's 15 summary so far, AG Global claiming the first two Booyah, really hammering it home. 30 eliminations, 24 placement points, whopping 54 total points.
Hey, if these guys achieve another two Booyahs or at least high elimination points by the end of this day, they will be catching up super quickly to our RQ Kazu, who unfortunately has not been having the best of times, right? Getting eliminated pretty early on for both of these maps. Hopefully we do see them recover on what they are known for, Alpine at the very least. They've done very well on this map. Same goes for BRU, but both, at least for BRU, their consistency is there. RRQ have not even broken top 4.
And not just consistent, but absolutely crushing the competition. Almost 100 points ahead of both RQ Kazu and Twisted Minds. That alone really tells you a lot about VRU, and the majority of the points that they got on this map came from eliminations. 183. To put that into perspective, that's more than 50% of the total points that Expand has over 5 weeks.
Yeah, they're so nasty on Alpine. It's crazy to imagine that they are almost basically just lapping some of the bottom teams at this point just for fun. But at the end of the day, it's going to be whether or not they can perform at the end. Now we do have a substitution. Nero is coming in. Pan is heading back out. There looks like they're going to be bringing in their bombardier for P Esports to maybe shake things up and having a fresh perspective for map number 3.
Seems like they need a bit more support from the back, and Nero has been one of those cornerstones for P Esports. But when we look at the player head-to-head between Dew and T, it's so far not a contest. Dew just absolutely rinses T in the damage department. Elimination and headshot almost even, but damage-wise, Dew is just up there.
He's nasty. He's really nasty, especially in the endgame scenarios. And even if it does come to CQC, he still is able to contest toe-to-toe with some of the best. I do think that GOW, very much a positional team. We haven't seen them get too aggressive overall and hunting for these elimination points, but I do think that they need to start pivoting their strategy a little bit to third the opposition a little bit more to maintain their spot.
And I remember GOW was one of the few teams that unfortunately missed out the EWC, and it was definitely kind of a wake-up call for the team because they came all so close, right? The only representative we had was P Esports, and then when you look back at the spring result, it GOW, I mean they just could not really hack it. They finished 13th place, which essentially means they didn't even qualify for the finals to give them a chance to make it to the World Cup. And this is one of those few times where they can go on the redemption run, and they are just at the border of it, right? 12th spot, they just gotta maintain that.
Look, I mean, it's just like Jackie Chan Adventures, right? It's just a bad day. It's just a bad day. They can still pick themselves up and really recover, but I do think that it's going to take a lot of legwork, right? Because again, most of the time, we don't see much of the initiative, right? They like to hunker down, look for those endgame zones, and then start farming from that point. But the lobby seems to be playing on the outer rim of the ring, so it really begs the question, when you decide on what that hunker down, that fortress, your bunker is going to be in that final zone, how close is it to everybody else so that they don't end up becoming collateral damage?
I think the answer to that really comes down to the circumstances of the round, right? A lot of times when you find a building, you want to be able to play together in that structure, but that's where the explosive comes in. That's where utilities really make life hard. Plenty of ways to deal with it, glue walls being the primary option, but we've seen teams really stock up on glue wall melters, the active skill cards when people who brought Tatsuya has a Riptide Rhythm, does complicate things. So I feel like at the end of the day, you really gotta pick your fights, and if you are forced into a corner, sometimes you just have to strike back. And teams that are on the passive end usually ends up being the punching bag.
Yeah, because again, in Free Fire, aggression usually is rewarded. It also depends on the meta at that point of time, of course. We're not going to be forgetting that some patches definitely going to lean more into teams taking their times than others, but now, with the way that things are, being in close combat can be really difficult, especially against the high mechanical teams who buy way too much time, especially if you're fighting in the early ring. But these are the stars that you gotta watch. Dew, of course, coming off of a hot MVP, but also from Todak, Wings, and from Star Knight's Fires, both of which have been doing very well in the early game.
Yeah, really stepping up in today's matches, especially Wings, who has kind of clocked in 9 eliminations all on his own. And then when you look at the total damage, he is the lowest out of the 3 of them, but the conversion that Wings has brought to his team has been phenomenal. Even when you knock at the top 3 knockdowns, Dew is still there. This is the overall stat from the entire knockout stage. Dew with 223, followed by Wasana and Moshi, both at 211.
Yeah, I mean, Dew has been really picking up the pace here. Wasana used to be sitting in the top of the list with the help of Moshi for the longest of times, but the fact that they've been knocked down here by, honestly, not even by a small margin, by a total of 12 eliminations, right? It's still neck and neck at the end of the day, and we haven't seen like an super dominating game for BRU just yet. They win their fights, but they haven't been able to get into that booyah range just yet. They make it into top 4, but sometimes the position is just a little too compromised.
Yeah, you know the story about BRU, right? The tale never really ends with a mediocre round. BRU always creeping in the shadows. It feels like a slow burn that eventually creeps up to you, and when you realize that BRU has come online, it's already too late. They have overtaken the competition, and I think it's very well represented in the current state of the leaderboard. They are still in first place, and even in rounds that they don't make it to top 4, top 5, no booyahs, doesn't matter. You look at the round standing, they are still in top 5 for whatever reason, thanks to how they navigate the place, the map. But it's time to put on a winter coat because we're heading to Alpine.
Yep. As we head on into Alpine, get ready to bring your winter clothes, man. Everest and K2 may be the highest peaks, but right in between them, we've got Alpine. It's going to be one of the biggest body counts you're going to have in terms of mountain-related deaths here. As we head on over to check out the flight path. Hopefully we get something a little more interesting to change up this game, because a lot of teams are looking for miracle runs.
Yeah, I'm no Sherpa to kind of guide you on your journey this time, but you have the Galaxy S24 Ultra to provide the extra support. Maybe the Galaxy AI could provide you the ways to win the round. Who knows? We'll see. If you want to take a great photo with the scenery, you can always use the AI to do that if you cannot afford to fly to your destination yourself. But for these players, they're going to be dropped right into the thick of things, and Expand might just have an early engagement.
Oh, well, at least it's not PE Sports who's taking that brunt of that damage. It's going to be Hua instead. I mean, Expand usually don't win out these early engagements, and as I say that, Axel gets knocked down straight away.
It's not going to get any better from this point onwards, because once a knockdown is confirmed in the initial drop, you usually want to push the advantage, and Hua Esports are doing just that. What is Kachik going to do though? His team needs some support, so the information is important. Where's communication? Mikit, well, tries to go for a support fire, gets shot by Yanbin from the back, and Axel falls, and that's your sniper down. Kachik also getting stomped on, and Expand are just down to Achap, who not in the 1v1 against Shin, but just gets ran down, run and gun. Hua Esports finds a wipeout at the start.
Great start for Hua. For them, these points are going to be extremely crucial. I see in the distance that even GOW might get involved here, but no. Wait, is that the scout from AG who's creeping up to figure out what's going on, whether this fight is over or not? I would imagine that they figured it out off of the kill feed alone, but now we look at Forest Red and Vamos. They've got a 2-2 split. They're heading towards the northern side, trying to escape the clutches of the Falcons.
Yeah, it's the buddy system. Legalov and June got a Cassie on June's end, so the electrotherapy does give you that advantage if you engage in a duo fight, in a duo system. And Esports seems like they are going to be engaging with AG Global. Only Saifa though. Let's see how much damage he can do, because this scout has been ratted out and it's time to fend for his life.
Let's see how many picks he's going to get, and whether or not AG is going to start calling in for support for Saifa, or if they're just going to focus on the walk. Wait, Todak is flying into this, in between Vamos and as well as Falcons. We're watching a completely different game in the back, as Saifa finds one pick, ends up going down regardless, as we head on over to AG, and it looks like, yeah, they've got their sniper nearby. They will find another elimination!
Oh!
Death! Clips him! Scrapes the skull! Oh, whoa! I was not expecting the dome shot!
Yeah, death from below. Naruto Kazu off to a better start this time, winning the initial fight against PE Sports. That's 3 points for them, keeping the entire squad alive. Early fight seems to be the theme so far on Alpine. Falcons against Todak is another one that's happening. Dio gets chased down by Shin, and that's point number 7 for Hua.
Okay, so they were able to get a couple of elimination points. Was it worth it for the side of AG? I would imagine that it is, depending on where their other 2 members are. They're probably going to be looking for a position in the ring afterwards, or at least surveying the field. Hua, they've been in Stadium for a while now. They're going to start making their way, and it looks like posted up towards the eastern side of Stadium, AG are going to get their revives down.
This is much better outlook for Hua, for sure. Still quite some distance to catch up to BTR, but if you can kind of get close to it at least when next week starts, the final week of knockout stage will be a lot more manageable. Let's see, I mean, they are going to eventually run into AG Global again, and this time it's a very weakened AG Global.
Yeah, let's come on over to the Star Knights and as well as Vamos, both holding positions against each other. They don't want the other to go into a full engagement just yet. Doesn't seem like they feel safe for the moment. If they find the opportunity, maybe if they get a knockdown, then we'll see blood really start to spill. Let's cut back to Hua and as well as AG is cornered back in towards the bridge side. A linear angle for Hua to work with. Two sides of which they can expose AG, and it looks like Shin makes first contact.
And only Caramel is decked out with equipment. Everyone else just got revived, so they have the most bare bone of arsenal. And Caramel, he's the one supervising the retreat. And I'm not sure how far they can go without a Vico though. And Shin, he's gonna make the call to jump on top of the bridge to find that bird's eye view. Couldn't really get to the top, ends up almost twisting his ankles on the way down, but Death is not gonna relent, takes the launching pad. Tatsuya dashes forward. They really want AG Global.
Yeah, they want the bag. Caramel turns around to try and slow down Death from stopping their retreat. God of Wolf hears it from the north inside of Vantage. They're gonna take their time with this one until they see a knockdown. We're not gonna see a full commitment yet, but they will start poking at the members. I would only assume that Hua has line of sight, is the only team that's under line of sight. AG, they're probably hiding in the compounds, not exposed, but it looks like the sniper from Hua going to counter snipe on GOW's side.
Thankfully, there is this the lookout on AG's end. They are gonna slowly realize that this fight is a bit more complicated than they want. The instant retreat, they make the call. They realize that there's a third party, GOW, on the other bridge. They don't want any of this engagement. At least they can take cover on their side as well under that bridge. But it allows AG Global to take back space.
Yep, they're gonna push back up, right? Sypha, he's looking towards GOW side, but still making sure that he is within line of sight of Hua to apply that pressure. Gonna be dropping on towards them because they gotta make it into the ring regardless. GOW don't want to put themselves where they have to fight to get into the ring. They leave it be, and now Hua with a compromised position, looking on down from the low ground. They trade 1 for 1, but still the knockdowns aren't looking good. Caramel will be able to supply extra help onto the last remaining members of Hua. We see that the front line is gone, and with Caramel done for, it's gonna have to be a full reset for Hua.
Completely ran down by AG Global. They sprang the attack. They sent Sypha on a lone mission to catch any flank watchers on the side of Hua. The rest of the team comes in from the other end, and just a very great pincer attack. BRU off to a slower start, as we kind of expected from them in recent developments. That means they get a lot of time to stock up on resources before we head into the mid game. And as of now, as much as Hua has lost 2 members, they still hold the most points gathered. 8 eliminations.
8 eliminations, oh goodness. Especially looking at those 8 eliminations and then hopping over to BRU stat. Like, come on, man. Come on, we know they're doing good. They're doing a little too well, some may say. But now, Hua, on their last couple of legs here, as AG Global are looking for... they're just looking for Shin. They're hunting them down. The headhunters are searching each and every compound, breaching it one by one to flush this man out.
And Shin just needs to buy as much time as possible, but at the same time, he's also the one who is most decked out. So him going down means it's a full hard reset for Hua Esports. Not to say he's not gonna have much time. So try to isolate the fight with the 1v1s. That's his last blue wall as well. Not gonna play around what he built, but Sypha guns him down. And that would be the 4th point for AG Global. What a clapback, considering the circumstances a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Hua was probably going to push them in towards the blue for the longest time and just hold that position. But instead, the retreat has costed them quite a bit of their members and resources. If they can get back to full fighting strength, then they still have some pretty good odds to get a lot of positional points. But until that point, let's look at attack all around, trying to make the cross. They're looking over... Wait, the stalemate from Vamos and as well as the Star Knights continues to proceed with an extra element of attack all around.
Star Knights would be pretty happy about this, with this arrangement, right? Because Vamos will have to do attack all around regardless. They're on the same piece of land, that stadium right on the eastern side, and whoever wants to cross to the other end, to the West Island, will have to deal with Star Knights. And they can even third party if they have a long range weapon. And unfortunately for Legolov, he is marked for death. Doesn't make it any easier for Vamos and attack all around. They are getting a getting a big angsty, right? They're trying to look for any sort of angles to fire upon.
Well, I mean, Legolas still has 2 minutes remaining left on the clock before it disappears, so in the meantime, honestly, nothing much to worry about, right? Just hunker down, wait for the right opportunity, because even attack all around have the exact same issue, plus you're already in the ring. You're just waiting for the information on where the next is going to spawn.
So this stalemate will continue. A three-way stalemate. I wonder if Attack All Around knows that Star Knight is on the opposite end, but for Hua Esports, life continues to be on ultra hard mode. They just got away from AG Global, and now it's Team Falcons hunting for stragglers.
Yeah, Falcons chasing them down. Yanbin trying to be the distraction as death, hiding in the blue, waiting for Falcons to just pass by. Don't notice them. He peeks out a little bit, but it's too late. One more, and as well as Coscu did not turn at the same time. He should be able to get on out of there. Looks like Peter is making the turnaround. Not sure if they know about death so far, but I think they're more than happy just to make sure that nobody's behind their backs. They're even using binoculars to scout ahead.
At least they push one of the Hua Esports members out into the blue zone. But that does secure Death's escape route. He can definitely make it to safety. I say that actually, he might not be able to do so. We'll check back on them in a little bit. Dian will take the launching pad. This is a very cheeky angle. Actually, Vamos sees it happening. And they might run into a Hua Esports member, right? Def is going to go down to Falcons, but his teammate might not be safe. As Todak flies in and instantly realize that they got to deal with an enemy team on the other end. Of course, Falcons gets the drop on them. Instant Riptide ready to break down as much glue walls as possible. Todak will have to fight.
Yep, Falcons. Looks like they found even more people to chain these eliminations together. They're going to take the full 4v4. And Todak, they need to open up the space because, the glue walls are too stuck together. Riptide, second Riptide Rhythm is going to make sure that Kevin is taking so much damage. 10%, he ends up going down. The cluster grenades just hailing down onto Todak members on fire in the middle of the chaos. As the Hua members might just turn around to see what's going on. Todak, member by member, they fall. These survivors will not be able to continue any longer than this. Traps, the next to get blown up. Oh, Peter even finding the knockdown as well. Wings is going to get sniped off, and that's Todak going to get eliminated at 11th place. Just the wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, very unfortunate. It's a fireworks show. How many kinds of explosives do you want? And Falcon said, yes, we got Trogon, we got RGS, we got, you know, your classic frag grenades. Whichever you want, we got it all. And they just absolutely showered Todak with explosives. RQ Kazu, well, they just found death. Hua Esports having a horrible time in this game.
They're just going from POI to POI, right? Whether it's a mark, whether it's just a full revive, doesn't matter. Just seems to be that they can't get back up to full fighting strength. Everybody just denying these key points of the map. Now, BRU is on the left, the western side of this landmass so far. RRQ will have to play towards the right, but PE Sports taking the initiative, going full force against attack all around.
Finds himself in the middle of RRQ and Vamos also. And look at the circle going to the southern end. This is such a disgusting circle, especially for teams on the eastern islands. So RRQ, they're going to make the first move, sliding right over BRU, and Jonah actually clips dudes mid-air. This could spell the end for RRQ Kazu as they all drop into the waiting arms of BRU. Not even a contest. 3 members go down. RRQ Kazu on their last legs. Not sure if they can make it out of this.
Oh my god.
Chances are almost zero. Is Abe just baiting in the blue.
Oh my god. Even the rest of the members of Hua ending up on towards that opposite side of the landmass. They're going to eventually find BRU, but right now, PE, they need to win this against attack all around. By winning this fight, that gives them so much space to actually play with, to harass other opponents, but LBT still, with just a sliver of health, forcing Floki to follow immediately after him, and that's going to be the full squad of PE Sports getting knocked out.
Hwang wanted to support him, but unfortunately he got led into more members that he could deal with. AG Global, on the other hand, again able to stem the bleeding, bring Cypher back up. The blue is really starting to hurt, but they are able to at least gain enough distance to outrun the blue at the very end. But into the waiting arms of GOW, who has taken center point in the safe zone.
Oh, attack all around. They're coming straight for him. It might just be delayed, but let's look at the northern side as the Star Knights are going into the fight. Jonah takes out so many already. Launchers doing good work here today as Wasana stands over them. just menacingly as they eliminate the Star Knights at 8. RRQ ends up getting eliminated 7th.
And BRU catching up with the eliminations. They are eating good. On fire wants to stop that death train. But first, it's going to be Hua Esports taken out. Get high, get sniped again, and finally finish off by Cosq. As a separate fight happens, GOW attack all around. They are both engaging at the same opponent, so AG Global, they undetected. Wasana flies in all alone without support. This guy is a psychopath. Suicidal move that ended up getting him knocked down. And Moshi, Jonah, what you gonna do? Stop, finds Moshi. A fourth party that was not expected to participate, and BRU just made the call that got them almost eliminated.
Oh no, it was a bad call, but here comes AG. Do they not? They realize, they know that attack all around, thank goodness, was on their bottom half. They need to win this out, but their sniper is holding on a really tough spot. No line of sight here as Limit gets to take his time and really focusing down on these headshots. If you can at least eliminate one to even the score, that'd be great, but AG not making it easy. A lot of resources being used. Bison in hand for stop as he drops down another glue wall melter to push them towards the exposed side of BRU, and now everybody's getting involved.
And Wasana got knocked down again. Jonah still trying to provide support fire. Limit forced away by the blue. He was being patient, but unfortunately the zone does not wait, so attack all around ends up getting eliminated. Peter does get knocked down by Jonah, who is somehow still in the game, and once more AG Global makes it to endgame, but this time with one man down. GOW and Team Falcons engaging in their own fight, and AG Global, they have a great chance to take advantage of this, even putting down the monster truck. It's time to drive right into the heat.
Oh, this is great, this is great. They're using the monster truck as mobile cover, right? They don't want to waste too many of these glue walls. Glue wall melter from Falcons on that top side. So far, so good, as one more gets traded down. They're going to be launching artillery at each other, and even Jonah is getting involved, dropping the ice nades there on the top, forcing Falcons to give up the high ground. This is perfect for AG. Oh!
And the nade from AG Global not only knocked out Jonah, but also multiple members of GOW. And this them against Falcons, can they go against the odds? Either trying to hang on, Riptide Rhythm is going to expose Duel for now, but the snipe Duel responds in an instant. AG Global, they want to go in for the kills. Doesn't really matter if they're outnumbered, they're just going to bulldoze through Falcons the best they can. Cost you one more on fire, all hung up together. Peter in the red zone. They want to expose him with the grenade launcher. Peter just putting up as much glue walls as he can. One more knockdown. Caramel surviving a 1v2. On fire gets knocked down. Stop does it all on his own. And now they've gained numbers advantage. Cosq needs help. Can't find it. On fire gets brought back up, but no time to heal himself. It's Peter against the world. Turns the corner. Caramel start working together to try and run him down. As on fire once more getting shot at. AG Global too damn clean, and it's 3 back-to-back-to-back booyahs.
Woo! Hot day for AG Global. Everybody is working like a well-oiled machine, but dude, with these picks, making it difficult. I will say that this game probably wasn't in their control for that end game. They gotta be thanking Jonah. They're probably, I would imagine that they're donating to Jonah on stream right now as we speak about it, because that was because of him. They opened up that game so much, pushing Falcons off of that Hydra. Oh, immaculate stuff.
That's the hat trick for AG Global on a streak, a literal streak. 3 back-to-back booyahs. They now are halfway through, making the holy run of getting all 6. But man, this is really gonna put them up the chart to not only, you know, overtaking everyone else, but to catch up to BRU, considering the circumstances that they were put in, even in the last fight, a 3v4, but they handled it so well.
They handled it very, very well. I mean, as soon as we saw Falcon members getting knocked down, especially that very first knockdown on the inside of that compound, then it became an even fight with the majority of the advantage leaning into AG Global, who has a lot more play space on the outside to really control the angles given over to Falcon. But let's recap the game here, right? Because at the very beginning, Expand, they cannot win these early engagements. They can't seem to clutch up. And Hua got so motivated and so gassed up about it. This is the most aggressive we've seen Hua so far.
But unfortunately, the fire was knocked out right after that, right? They started trying to push for more, and AG Global was the one who kind of ended that run. And the fact that AG Global won the 3rd booyah, but they started the round being on the run from teams like Hua, being surrounded by GOW, and making the call to start getting aggressive and just pushing that advantage really speaks volumes of the decision making and the shot calling, behind this well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I mean, the timing was also great, right? Because if AG showed presence earlier in that fight, only Falcons was aware that they were on the outside. So things just lined up so nicely for them. I don't know whether the other teams are aware of it or not, but hopefully, even for AG, they understand their scenario. Let's go into the interview with AG before we move on.
Guys, it's me Yuki, and this is AG again. Can you introduce yourself? แนะนำตัวหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อสายฟ้าจากทีมเอทีครับ
Oh my god, you can remember your name? Yeah, he said it. He is Saifa from AG. Okay. But a big sucker, maybe because of he excited?
Yeah,
okay.
probably.
Okay, first question is, what is your first impression to be a pro player?
ความน่าประทับใจแรกของเราที่แบบว่าเข้ามาเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์คืออะไรคะ
ก็ทำตามความฝันตัวเองได้ครับ
That I can complete my dream.
Okay, so do you satisfied with your team performance so far?
พอใจกับผลงานทีมในตอนนี้ไหมคะ
พอใจมากๆครับวันนี้เล่นดีมาก
I'm very satisfied with my team performance today because we play very well.
So, any goal that you want to achieve more from now on?
ก็หลังจากนี้เรายังมีเป้าหมายที่แบบอยากทำให้ได้ไหมคะ
ๆก็ให้ดิวได้ MVP ครับ
I would like to have Monkey Deal as an MVP.
Okay, so if you want Monkey Deal get his Predator prize, what will the team do for push Deal to that position?
ถ้าอยากให้ดิวได้ MVP อ่ะทีมต้องช่วยดิวยังไงคะ
ก็ให้ดิวได้คิวได้แอสซิสต์เยอะๆครับ
We will try to make Monkey Deal have a lot of elimination and become MVP, right?
What do you think or how do you feel about when Deal fights and yelling like oh my god it's down or something like that
รู้สึกยังไงเวลาเล่นแล้วดิวโวยวาย
โอ้ยดิวพากไม่หยุดเลยอะ
ก็ปกติครับปกติของดิว
Is Deal natural habit?
Is Deal is the only one in the team that who yelling like this but and the other like keep quiet
เป็นดิวคนเดียวไหมคะที่โวยวายในขณะที่คนอื่นคือแบบเล่นเงียบ
ใช่ครับอยู่คนเดียว
Yes, correct.
Both inside the game and outside the game
ทั้งในเกมนอกเกมเลยใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
Oh my god. Okay. Last but not least, do you want to say anything to your fans?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ AG ด้วยครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Please follow and support AG. We will do our best.
Triple booyah already for AG. So we have to wait until the end of the day to see if they gonna get more booyah. So now let's get back to you, Shoutcaster.
His face looks like he's kind of done with winning. He's just like, man, I'm tired of winning, man. It's like, getting into the backpack of Do all day. Man, so frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, man, winning. Like, can I lose for once? I try to get into a staring contest with Saifa. No chance. There's no way I win. He is laser focused.
There is a reason why he always ends up in the elimination leaderboards or whether to be one of the star players of the game, right? That man is willing to sit for hours on end to maybe get a 1-for-1 against another team while the rest of his members are like miles away on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and the willingness to do that, and I think that the system that AG Global has built for themselves is also pretty unique, right? We've seen in the previous round, they are willing to let Stop do his own thing to be confident enough and be like, buddy, you can take that 1v1, just go ahead. And they make it work. MVP this time, they want to give it to Dew, while Dew gets it. Of course, every map is your map if you get the booyah, but the fact that Dew clocks in another 8 eliminations with almost a 5k total damage is insane.
That's so ridiculous. He's so ridiculous as a sniper, man. I mean, the formula is still the same. Create that one advantage, get that singular knock, and then activate your team to start melting away at the rest of the front lines. He's happy. This dude is an appreciator, a connoisseur, you may say, of devices. That's why he's critical about his team and how they treat their phones, especially when you're touching the Galaxy.
Yeah, you can't place it down too hard. You know, he likes the phone, he gets good foot, good phone, good day, good games, and now he has 3 booyahs. I mean, what else could you ask for, right? He's the caretaker of everyone else, and also he's the mood lifter. I mean, he really is kind of one of a kind.
He's unique, man. He's so very unique. This team stats are looking great today, and I think that, you know, they're going to continue this momentum. I do think that they should be able to consistently make it into top 3 or 4, considering their performances, and even when we look at key players, Du is still amongst the best. But one more from Falcons with 23 glue walls destroyed, and as well as Hua, Death, he has been lingering around. He nails some really great shots, but he's also the dedicated man to bring back the squad.
And you know what they say, to give life, you have to also understand how to deliver death. And I mean, he does both. I agree, he has some great moments, but kind of the finisher, that's where you're looking a bit more out of, you know, Hua Esports. In this case, for AG Global, they just set another record. They kind of upped the bar a little bit from 29 points to 31 total points in a single round. But Falcons, not too shabby. 23 for them, and then BRU, Hua Esports, attack all around. Yeah, they're hovering there.
Yeah, they're definitely hovering there. All these teams who took these early engagements seem to be in the top of the standings overall, because again, it's really difficult to actually nail those positional points anymore with these teams playing so hazardly and really punishing you on your rotations.
Yeah, look at this, BRU. They are very close to the 1,000-point mark, but AG Global, they are trying to catch up as much as they can, but it's not going to be an easy race. But at least they're pulling away from Twisted Minds and RQ Kazu, especially Twisted Minds, who are just watching helplessly as AG Global just nails booyah after booyah.
I think it's even worse for RQ Kazu because they have not been able to get some worthwhile, tangible points in these past 3 maps, which is frustrating because map number 3, we saw that RQ Kazu got sick of getting eliminated early on, so they decided to take early fights for those points.
Yeah, and still they were not able to make it as far as they wanted. Perhaps the 4th map is going to change it, right? Because when we go to Kalahari, you're looking at the Indonesian teams, and hopefully this is going to be one of the saving graces. But first of all, we got to take a look at the schedule, a quick recap of what has gone on so far. Enough said, all 3 booyahs in the first 3 rounds got taken by AG Global.
Yep, world domination plan for AG Global, currently at 50% success. They still have 3 more maps to go, and if Kalahari is the one that stops them, well, good luck to the rest of these teams because they're on a tear.
Absolutely. Honestly, everyone else has been struggling except for the Thai teams today, and probably the best performing team, Indonesia, I can't even say who it is, right? Because Star Knights as well as RQ Kazu haven't been doing too well. Kalahari is their best chance, though it's known as the Indonesian playground, but unfortunately right now there is the BRU flag followed by Twisted Minds and then only Bigatron Delta.
Yep, especially with these top dogs, I would say that BRU and Twisted Minds, no surprises there. They've been playing this map for years on end, but even for BTR Delta, right? You know, one of the rising stars coming in from Group C, they are capable of mechanically fighting 4v4 against some of the best teams that we have to offer here in Southeast Asia, which is something that I can't really say about all the teams coming in from B or even from Group A.
And I do wonder how some of these teams approach the rest of the knockout stage, right? Because, you know, after today ends, you essentially have 12 more rounds to go. And 12 rounds isn't really enough to get you into top 12, especially if you are so far behind. Play head-to-head is Limit against Abe, and I gotta say, Limit is having a slightly better day compared to Abe, but also because of the fact that RQ Kazu as a squad has just been struggling.
Yeah, they have been. And that's just limited to just today. They really have not found any momentum, no gas whatsoever. But attack all around, generally, if we're talking about their average consistency, we're also looking at the fact that Limit, one of the best players that they have in the lineup, he's been able to put a lot of clutch saves, but at the same time, they're very positional, right? That's why you don't see attack all around getting eliminated as early on.
Yeah, Limit is always reliable when you need him to be, right? He was the finals MVP last year for the FFSI, as for those who remember. But AG Global, we gotta put the spotlight on them. So far, overall stats, number 2 in average eliminations, number 2 in total damage, and number 3 in knockdowns. In assists, excuse me. And that really says a lot about the squad, right? So cohesive.
That's what I love seeing in a team, cohesion, which was something Tordok was picking up in the first couple of maps. But this is the halfway point, right? Now that we're done, we're moving into Kalahari. I would only assume that the trajectory of Tordok's performance is going to decrease based on what happened last week, but it might not be the same thing. Maybe they unlocked a couple of new tricks and new motions to even out the playing field.
See, this is the true test. If it already isn't for some of these teams, it's about to be. I think for Todak, again, comes out to the consistency, right? We've seen them. I feel like they definitely are a lot more confident when they are the ones that is getting takeouts from afar. But if they get ran at, if they have to speed up the pace, that's where you see them kind of trip over themselves a little bit, right? That's where you have to make these snappy decisions. It comes with the individual skills, which Todak, in comparison to a lot of other teams playing in this competition, they're not really the best, and they get overwhelmed when they are forced into those spots.
But you can see that they're actively working on it, right? We're not seeing that Todak is blindly rushing into CQC as often as we did before. Now taking a much slower approach to kind of surveil the land before they make that decision, because they know that they can easily rush anybody. That's their general playstyle, and that's what they're good at. But now with the way the meta is, getting that slight advantage in that first knockdown, big advantage in that first knockdown really just changes the pace of the game. But I will admit, last map, a little unlucky, you just ended up right in front of Falcons, in the middle of the open, and there's nothing you can do to the util grenades that they throw at you. But in terms of top 3 eliminations, we don't see the Todak members because they don't get that far.
Yeah, not even close, right? I think the overall rankings, they are probably, out of all the players, quite close to the bottom, and which is pretty unfortunate. And I think you can see that being reflected in their overall in their points on the leaderboard. Another team that's having a very rough time, in fact a headache, is going to be Vamos. And this also could kind of lead us to look at Legalov, one of the veterans from Indonesia. Probably one of his lowest points in terms of finishing in a tournament group stage, right? Because let's be honest, making it into Point Rush it takes a miracle at this point for Vamos. They've got to win every single round from this point onwards, and it does not guarantee them top 12 even.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is that God of Wolf, at the very least, are securing themselves some very honest points, right? It's a hard days of work, but as long as they are increasing the point lead, even if it's just by 1, it is worthwhile.
They just tied up with Onyx Olympus, who also is not playing today, and GOW have 3 more rounds to extend that lead. So the team to beat is not just Heavy this time, but also Onyx Olympus if the teams can get close. And the team that is closest is actually PE Sports, but they haven't really budged much from their original position. Out of 3 rounds so far, they've only gotten 10 points.
It's not looking good for PE. I don't know. Hopefully, maybe Kalahari is going to give them the playstyle that they always like, where they can kind of hunker down, really take their time with their rotations into the ring to then eventually hunker down because of how expansive the map is. Then again, the grappling hooks is a pretty good way of closing the distance, but that's when you see the Indonesians really pop up here. However, the stars that you got to watch all come from Thailand. Do AG Global, no surprises there. Peter and as well as Jonah are very unique players. Peter very much like getting in front of your face, but Jonah not only as a shot caller, but just has the Emperor's eye. He sees the battlefield a little different.
One of the most decorated team captains and multi world championship winners, still going strong. But it's one thing that is worth bringing up is also we are not seeing as much Portal Go as we've been seeing for the past year plus, and it kind of brings us back to the more basic style of Free Fire, where rushers, they love portal goals, right? It cuts the distance between them and the target, kind of brings them wherever they want. But right now, with the kind of the lessened usage of that utility due to the recent patch, we're looking at snipers coming back into the meta, and this is where you really test some of these teams, whether they can only be up close and personal, or can they do long-range wear-out fights.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think the patch definitely kind of solved that issue of being able to clutch yourself out of tough spots, and that really makes your decision about positioning in the middle of the fight even that much more important. But it's time, as we head on over to the next map. It's hot, it's gonna get sweaty. Sometimes there's gonna be sand that's gonna be inconvenient between your toes. It's Kalahari. Whether you like it or not, it's up to your preference. As we head on into the map, let's look at the flight path and pray that we're going to get some variance for our bottom tier teams to get some big points.
Refinery will be a hot spot for the Indonesian teams, especially when RQ Kazu is in the lobby. You do not want to mess with them because that is their home turf. A lot of teams have been really eyeing that area, not only because it's on the center of the map, but at the same time, it provides incredible vantage point, has a lot of areas to work with, and it covers basically crucial entry points around the map. And RQ Kazu, they're going to take control of it right off the bat.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I feel like as soon as you hunker down on towards Refinery, you're going to attract some attention here, because I see Falcons, I see GOW, I see AG all around them. But in terms of the early engagements, we have to keep our eyes on the three teams about to drop here in confinement. It's going to be PE Sports, the and
pretty ironic that they are confined right now one another. Fourth fan, this time they have the luxury of watching this go down. Don't Cry getting the first blood already. Vice MKS removed from the lobby temporarily. Attack all around. They are sneaking around, trying to kind of get some audio. Even Team Falcons have someone kind of scouting out and gathering intel. So Expand, they're not really in the safest position, depending on whether they run into these scouts, because they might start drawing attention.
Oh wait, hold on. Jump God, yes, he is the scout, but you do see the full force of attack all around starting to walk up. Now the Star Knights will take first contact against PE as Expand looks to give up their position to the Falcons as well as attack all around. Both Raz and as well as Don't Cry will get knocked out. LBT ends up being collateral as Expand now just trying to pick up as many elimination points as they can before they escape the area. Now we look at the POV of Axel. Doesn't look at the low ground just yet. I think he just saw the top of the head of one more, but right now they have to address the scout from attack all around.
Yeah, attack all around. Jump God shows up and instantly gets blasted. It's Falcons who brings in the whole team. Axel, okay, that is a good start. On Fire goes down. And let's see if we can get more. It's a 1v1 against Peter. Peter actually goes down. Quick support from Achap. Let's pull down on the side of Falcons. Cluster overhit, but doesn't really take down any members on the side of Expand. The revivals do come true. Falcons having intention to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, the resources are starting to dwindle. They have enough med packs for just fights, but as soon as it turns into 2v1s, that's when you got to give it up. It's not like they can do this forever. And Falcons, they understand that. They're more equipped here. As they start taking the bottom floors, Expand might need to increase their play area.
Let's see what the plan is. Seems like Expand would take the back seat for now. Retreat to the northern side of the compound. Try and find a way out. On the other hand, is Vamos against RQ Kazu, and is not a pretty start. Kathizi already gone down, and Vamos not really having the intention to fully commit to this. But again, it's Kalahari. It's a wide map. You step into the radius of Refinery, RQ Kazu is going to look to wipe you out, and they can only hide for so long in this container.
I don't know. They're about to check it as they turn the corner. If they don't take Razor out now, they're in a lot of trouble as McRory has been down. RRQ now start flooding in to this canister, finding both the knockdowns, eliminating the rest of the members of Vamos. Oh boy, Vamos at this point now on the recovery.
You can kind of see the desperation, right? Legalov committing to the revival, even though there was no way it was going to work out. I mean, Vamos is still in the game, but of course, cripple at the start. Falcons seems like they are ready to fight again. Even with one man down, they feel very confident after the initial assessment of their opponent's firepower. Now is to find the location that Riptide Rhythm was used. Here comes the explosion. There's two tiers. Acha force out into the open. It's a Delta split. for Expand. That is exactly what Falcons wanted. Archab stood no chance against that. It's like kind of setting fire to the Ants Den and forcing them out into the open, and they are all disorientated. Falcons now looking to pick them off one by one.
But the trades are not coming through, right? Once again happening, but Peter this time walks into the 2 members, allowing Coscu to just blow the rest up, swaps weapon, almost taking them out with 5 eliminations already. From the side of RRQ, good for them. The Falcons should be able to just grease the rest of the members of Expand.
Man, I really thought that Kerchik would try to fight that, but he was just on full flight mode and just given a free knockdown to Falcons. That's gone a lot different. You can say the same for Dew. He's surrounded by Hua members and just no chance. It was all alone. It was just a scout from AG Global, but Hua did lose Death. So I guess AG Global didn't really go home empty-handed.
In terms of the damaged squads, it's Expand and AG who currently are not at full fighting strength. But however, they are achieving elimination points. We haven't seen GOW, Todak, attack all around BRU, or even Vamos being able to find that success just yet. They've been taking decent amount of damage of their own turf. But this is just the very first ring, right? That's what we expect. Quick early fights, and oh no, McCrory, you don't want to be here, buddy.
Yeah, just it's a no-go zone. If you kind of look back at the individual drop spot, command post, either command post or the sub, you would see BRU, at some point in the game, and that is just unlucky for Vamos. They fought against RQ Kazu, that didn't work out, and to run into BRU is just out of the fire. Out of the frying pan into the fire. GOW might be able to change the course of this round if they can somehow get the drop on BRU.
Oh, I don't know about this. It feels like BRU is a little aware. They're using the binoculars to scan around, but just behind GOW, we do notice that attack all around is actually just hovering around on those cliff sides. You can just barely see them. But I'm pretty sure that GOW do not want to show presence right now, because if they take a fight against BRU, they're just going to get sandwiched.
Don't do it, Iza. Just give info. But I feel like they might have to fight at this point, right? Because BRU are getting very close. Iza has already repositioned. He's calling his team to join him. Trying to rendezvous with the escape. And now he's just shooting ducks from the sky. Get high. A bit of fire. But didn't get anyone from GOW. So that escape was as clean as it can get.
And you see Get High just struggling to get rid of this mine. He doesn't want to fall into it. But luckily Wasana's going to clear it for him. And there wasn't a secondary mine down the aisle. For now, BRU do control this area of the map. It's the second ring. It's about to be predetermined here in about 34 seconds. AG hunting for Expand members. Oh!
Gonna get hammered with a jump scare moment for Caramel. Just have time to heal back up. Stab also taking some damage, but Mikid loses that 1v1. Fortunate for them. Toda against Vamos. The fight is happening at Mammoth, and Vamos comes out with the first eliminations. Kathizi with the support of the electrotherapy again from this Cassie. The dual body system back. Double Cassie. We'll see how this works out. Toda needs to somehow get away from this. There is a flank from Vamos.
It's a very long flank here. Crawling up the Mammoth spine, trying to find that angle. Because right now, Vamos, their push and pull is on a cooldown, right? Wings still holding on the outside, forcing the members of Vamos to take a separate angle on the outer side of this tent. Traps is going to try and turn the corner, but is faced with 2 of the members. He's got a little bit of backup here, but still, Legolas, with him being down, Kathizi needs to get this. They find Traps, they see the secondary in Kevin, and they turn around to lose their isolated member. They take the 1-for-1, but at the end of the day, McRory, with their shotgun, just gunning them through.
Finally, it pays off. The flank, Wings wanted to hold that high ground, but June found him, so Wings got distracted and now has to make a choice. He's not making out of this alive, so might as well do his best to hold out against Vamos. Maybe you get rid of June and get to the vending machine that is just right underneath this mammoth skeleton. The backup from Vamos closing in very quickly. Wings knows that, drops the blue wall again, maybe uses the blue to his advantage. Doesn't hurt as much just yet, and Wings himself getting shot at by June from behind. And this pincer might just spell the end for Todak. They're gonna run him down, and Todak out in 12.
Yep, this is unfortunate for Todak. Looks like they're losing momentum. Kalahari just knocked their map right now. Almost, they do win this, and they get 4 eliminations. So at least that's 4 points secured. They can get their revives done. They can make their way into the ring. No issues whatsoever.
Now they can take a bit of time to breathe as well. They loot up the inventory of product. They get ready for the next phase of the game. Usually when the circle has gone far enough, you won't have too much people lingering around Mammoth anyways. But Falcons and Hua Esports are in a pretty awkward stand of expand out in 11th place.
Yep. I like the way the Falcons are thinking, right? The way that we're going to clear our backs, we're going to stick our backs right at the edge of the map. There's basically no play zone there, but now we have to deal with Hua, who's been keeping us away from it. Hua trying to do the same, but if they're going to hold on to Shrine, Death needs to find a pick, and he finds it in one more. The counter snipe is successful, and this is going to be the full all-in. Wushin, he wants to find that elimination.
Can Peter protect his teammate? It's going to be him against Peter on top of the roof, and actually Yanbin snipes him, and that is just a great answer from Hua Esports, identifying crucial targets and leaving only one member of Falcons left to wonder what has happened on fire. Trying to isolate the fight. He's surrounded from multiple angles. To get out of this though, it is still a maze to work with, but not for long. Yanbin finds the knockdown, and Team Falcons eliminated.
That's so sad. It's really unfortunate. It just takes one good shot. That's all they need. And Death, he finds it every time so far. When it really, really matters here. But let's see. With 8 eliminations, coming into this next spring, it's going to be a fun time. But do see the Star Knights, as well as PE Sports and RRQ getting involved in an engagement that I don't think is beneficial for anybody but RRQ. Because Star having the time of their life, sniping away, picking them off. LBT bites the dust.
Very unfortunate for LBT, but he did pull off an outplay before he went down. So it's not all too bad for PE Sports. Back LBT cost the expiration of 2 of Star Knights members. There's a revival point and a vending machine and 5 MKS. What are you gonna choose? You're gonna choose to spend your money? But there's a free revival. Perhaps he just wants to make up for time. The GW side, they did get shot at, but no teams in close enough proximity to pose a threat.
Yeah, God of Wolf still playing for the positional points as we see attack all around, actually dealing with the situation with BRU. Looks like one of the members get high, got knocked down, got brought back up by Jonah. Moshi holding an interesting angle. Line of sight going to be tough as attack all around are going to stick to the right side of this compound to break line of sight. But get high and as well as Jonah, they're locked into this. Renee's good damage onto limit. They take out the opposing sniper, and here comes Floki dashing on in to find the trade back. Jonah, he has to hold them all off together. Riptide Brothers going to open up Floki's angle, but Jump God and Poon God making sure that the top side and even an extra vertical to flush Jonah out. He has to pull backwards and give up the space. Play around that fence side as Jump God jumps right at him. Finds Jonah. Moshi for the trade straight off the bat, but he's the only member standing alive. And attack all around. Their backs are facing a revival point, so they don't mind fighting.
Maybe AG Global can change that because Dio actually snuck a shot in and claim a free point for himself. I mean, all things considered, right? Good coordination between Get High and Moshi to find Limit because he was the one posing a threat to Moshi. But look at this, Gideon. It's so crowded in the center. Or maybe not really the center, but at least in this area where the safe zone is kind of covering. Vamo's gonna run into GOW from behind. A lot of footsteps being made. GOW, in fact, are still making progress, trying to get into the safe zone, but AG Global stands in their way.
This one's really tough. It's really hard to say whether GOW's position is good or bad, because everybody will have to come through the southern side if they want to make it into the ring, but there's not a lot of cover. Here comes Vamos. They want this position even more, and the nade launcher is looking to do some work, but Diane is already down, and Vamos is breaking them in. He's just trying his best, but that's Tan who ends up getting trade. Razor is still picking them off. RRQ's looking at this engagement while it's happening on the bottom floor. It's not looking great for Vamos as well, because they're taking damage from PRU members on the outside, and Moshi somehow is still able to get a headshot in the midst of it. Demon is still around. He is able to bring back Giza. He might be able to bring back one more. And they get Diane as well. Yes, that's going to be a full recovery from the side of GOW. Hopefully they can get their health back up as Vamos have locked themselves in, and it's going to be picking apples from a barrel. Demon going to start frying them alive.
It's a tough spot for Vamos. They went for the rush. They lose the 1v1, so running straight into a firing range, and then BRU Moshi not letting them catch a break. that could have been a moment for Vamos, but it turned into absolute disaster as RQ Kazu comes from the back. It's a Riptide Rhythm from downtown. P-Sport dodging a bullet so far, but Hua, you can see on the eastern side, on the western side, needing to make it to closer to the safe zone because they're out in the open. as PE Sports losing members to GOW, who just survived an onslaught from Vamos. LBT for PE Sport is the last man standing. BRU Moshi also found by Razor at the end, so BRU out at 8.
And now, just patiently waiting. Just gotta patiently wait. Hua was into the full engagement of Star Knights, who have broken up into 2 and 2. They immediately take out Triken. Oh, Triken is able to find one. And at this point, how do you get into the ring? Bayfront is not looking too good to play around. Maybe the fence on the northern side, but AG has full control over that. That being said, Hua now forces Star Knights to go deeper into the ring, and they do face some resistance in RRQ.
Put the spotlight on Star Knights. This is a horrible spot for Star Knights, in fact, because everyone would want that, except for AG Global, who feel like the master puppeteer, the mastermind of this entire circle. They do need to get rid of GOW and attack all around first to secure a clean angle for a potential 4th Booyah. And it seems very possible because attack all around, they only have 2 members left, so GOW is going to be the main focus for AG Global.
Yeah, I'm thinking whether or not Hua might want to consider, starting to mess with RRQ. They want to take their time with this because eventually their play space is going to be on that outer compound fence, right? That's the safest area that they have, but they can also play on the bottom floor of where the Star Knights are currently. Now, RRQ, they might be thinking the same thing, but Hua is there first. That means that we see, oh wait, dude's actually helping them out. Throwing the blue wall melters on that top floor, that might open a hole for Hua to do something.
Dude just got sniped by RRQ Kazu as well, so this fight extends beyond what's in front of the teams. I mean, at least for AG Global, they have time to kind of bring their fallen member back. God, that's a nade, a double, a twofer from Dudes. And the front lines of Hua Esports gets broken wide open. They do stand back up, but RRQ Kazu now goes for the blitz. It's time to rush them down, and Hua Esports hang on for dear life. Separate fight breaking out on the other end as well between 3 different teams. But RQ Kazu is looking the best it's ever been on Kalahari, just as we predicted, as Razor guns down Shin, looks for the finisher and finds it.
11 eliminations already, make that 12 as they're looking for death. Riptide Rhythms have come out to clear up the blue walls. Toots ends up falling, with GOW taking a fight onto AG on the opposite side. But right now, we need to see this conclusion because RRQ, with this position, might look for an endgame scenario. Abe ends up falling down, but Hua finally eliminated. We look at the scenario, and AG have full control over the compound as attack all around on high doesn't have much of a choice. Both Floki and Limit must fight on the same plane.
AG Global survived the full push, the full force of GOW without losing a single member. That is just impressive. And now again, we talked about this. If they can take out GOW, they assume majority of the safe zone's control, and this is just shooting fish in the barrel. 5 MKS, you're next, Mao, you're going down. Abai, not a chance at all, as AG Global completely overwhelms whichever survivor that is in their line of sight. Attack all around on top of the group, but AG Global looking for the finisher already. It's time to put the final nail in the coffin, finishing touch, everything from the kitchen sink thrown at the remaining survivors. AG Global just would not relent. They all fall one by one. AG Global have just successfully found their 4th consecutive Booyah of the night.
No way, a 4th Booyah again! Critical moments, they've been clutching the hell up, and AG right now are looking kind of unstoppable in a defensive position. This team is racking up some big points here today.
Making it rain, baby, making it rain with those points. Consistent, getting booyahs, but most importantly, every single booyah they get, they break the record of most points gathered in a single round for the day. The latest record was 31 points from Alpine. Let's see if they top that after Kalahari. But man, being able to take down GOW and retain the entire squad was the recipe to success.
They're very good in those final moments, right? AG, again, you wouldn't expect them to be so good on the defensive side of things, but considering the plane of field that they were playing on, second floor having to maintain that control, really tight angles all across the board, the fact that they got 3 Tatsuyas in their lineup makes it really, really difficult and mostly flexible with the way that you approach these CQCs.
Honestly, if they, I mean, we're gonna interview the last member in their main 4 lineup after this for sure. So if they get a 5th booyah, we gotta interview the sub, and if they kind of finish the holy run and get the 6th one, we gotta interview the coach, right? We're running out of people to talk to on AG Globals, and if they keep winning.
I mean, if they keep on winning like this, and if they are able to end the day with 6 booyahs, that would be insane. Honestly, I can't imagine it, because at some point, one of these teams who knows that, like, hey, we're not gonna get as many points this coming map, but at the very least, AG isn't getting a booyah.
That's true. I mean, it's time to start hot dropping AG, right? Mess with the record, right? Ruin their day. Don't give them what they are looking for. Again, the current record is held by BRU. 5 out of 6 booyahs in a single day. It would be mad if AG is the first one to do it. Of course, the defining moment was this one where AG Global completely stops the full rush of GOW. And when you look at this landscape, you know that AG Global has probably 100% chance of winning the round.
Pretty much. Unless maybe Attack All Around had all 4 of their members, but even so, the ring was already closing in, so they had to give up their position. Limmy can only do so much, but still, you gotta give it to AG. This is their day today, right? They're so warmed up, they're landing like the important shots, and at the same time, they're just winning out like almost impossible situations. Like things are lining up a little too perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it's as good as it gets, right? This feels like, you know, Dew is leading his team back to the winning ways. Well, guess what? We're gonna talk to the winners again, and I know it's AG Global.
Please give it up for AG! Again and again. Don't worry about your license, because I didn't hit the note right. Okay. Okay. And this is Caramel, AG captain.
สวัสดีครับคาราเมลครับจากทีมอัลเกมเมอร์ครับ
How was your day?
วันนี้เป็นไงบ้างคะ
ก็วันนี้ทำผลงานได้ดีครับ
Today our team play in good performance.
Is it over you're expecting? Because you already got 4 booyah.
นี่เกินความคาดหวังของวันนี้ไหมคะเพราะว่าตอนนี้เราได้4บูย่าแล้ว
เกินครับเพราะว่าแบบ2บูย่านี้ก็คือว่าพอใจแล้วครับตอนนี้ได้มาถึง4แล้ว
It's actually over our expectation because just 2 booyah is already enough for us, but we got 4.
So you have 2 games left. Do you think that you have a chance to get more booyah?
คิดว่าจะได้มากกว่า4บูย่าไหมคะ
ก็มีสิทธิ์นะพี่เพราะว่าเหลือตั้ง2เกมครับมีโอกาสครับ
We might got a chance because there is another 2 games.
According to your team performance, you guys know that AG didn't get a champion or trophy for a while. But if we see that your performance that you did today, do you expect that you're gonna get this champion trophy?
คือพูดถึงผลงานของทีม AG แล้วอะก็คือพูดได้ว่าเราไม่ได้แชมป์มาสักพักแล้ว แต่ว่าจากผลงานตอนเนี้ยคิดว่าเราจะมีโอกาสได้ไหม
ก็มีโอกาสครับว่ารายการที่ผ่านมาเราก็มีโอกาสเพียงแค่เราพลาดเกมท้ายครับ
Okay.
He said that we might got a chance because the previous event we also have a chance, but we just made a mistake on our own, so that's why we missed that chance.
What do you think that bring you here for booyah already? Is it because of the patch that just update or because of this group?
คิดว่าอะไรคือเหตุผลที่ทำให้เราได้ทำผลงานได้ดีแล้วก็ได้4บูย่าอย่างนี้เป็นเพราะว่าแพทหรือว่าเป็นเพราะกลุ่ม
เป็นเพราะแพทแล้วก็ปรับการเล่นนิดหน่อยครับพี่
I think it depends on the new patch and we also adapt our plan to suitable with this meta.
Okay, last question. I wanna know, as a captain, what do you think about your new member Viper?
คำถามสุดท้ายก็คือในฐานะที่เราเป็นกัปตันเราคิดยังไงกับสมาชิกใหม่ของเราคะ Viper
น้องต้องปรับตัวอีกเยอะครับเรื่องการสื่อสารแล้วก็การตัดสินใจครับ
he still need to train a lot of communication and adapt his strategy to play with the team.
Okay, so he need more time. Okay, and this is our captain from AG. Guys, are you ready for the next game? We have only 2 games left for this week. So, stay tuned. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Well, I just took my last sip of coffee with caramel drizzle, and man, that felt good. And caramel feeling good as well. Maybe given enough time, we might see Viper, in the mix again. Up to him.
Honestly,
on a tear. Woo.
I mean, they are going on a tear, but I feel like Yuki Denku is working overtime. She's running out of questions to ask this team who keeps on winning. So really, if they manage to get their 6 Booyah, I'm curious to see what Yuki Denku has to say about this.
Anyway, everyone else is just waiting for their turn to actually pull off an interview, but I guess today you are working less for the same pay, right, Yunsu? Even listening to this broadcast, though I would hope that other teams will stop him, but it feels unstoppable, right? Ironically speaking, MVP of the game, 7 eliminations.
I mean, things are just lining up perfectly for them, right? 5 squads, GOW pushes into AG, and it just so happens that the other teams were in the middle of an engagement. The timing for GOW was pretty good to get an isolated 1v1, but they just could not beat the odds.
Yeah, just could not beat the raw skills and the main character energy from these people. Same lineup as always, nothing out of the ordinary. It really just came down to just the morale that AG Global has, right? You can see them, they're getting more and more confident every single round. They're starting to take on fights, and the fact that they can win fights by being the first one to make a move and win fights while being ran at, it really shows the all-rounded potential of each of these members.
As much as they are getting lucky, they are truly utilizing these opportunities, right? To hold their positions and even expand their territory of influence. And so far, they've pretty much been untouched, right? Maybe for this upcoming map number 5, teams are going to start taking notice, but I think that like a majority of the teams feel like they're underperforming a little. It's nice to see that RRQ coming back into the elimination leader list. Razor, of course, with 6 eliminations underneath his belt. Limit with 4. Same goes for Yanbin as well as Moshi, and even for BRU, right? It seems like teams who are favored to end up winning the map overall end up bowing out in 4th place.
Yeah, and then at least for BRU and Attack All Around, it's a result of their earlier clash, right? Where Attack All Around kind of came out on top. Key players for this round, we got Start with 7 elims, Limit with just the most damage dealt, and Razor with 9 headshots, really putting in the heavy lifting for RRQ Kazu.
That's good stuff. I do wish that RQ Kazu could have started the day like this, but I mean, it's a recovery period and we're already like halfway through the games that the maps that we have to play here today. With that being said, AG, they do not break their own limits, unfortunately. 25 points this time around, which is still commendable, but RRQ not too far away at 21 with Attack All Around in 17.
In fact, RQ Kazu has the most eliminations this round, just not in terms of placement points, so not too shabby considering the first 3 rounds that they had so far. You look at the overall results, AG Global, they are 4th in terms of total booyahs. 4 of them, they started the day with 5 booyahs, and now they're at 9, and they're just really pulling ahead of Twisted Minds and also cutting the distance between them and BRU.
Honestly, AG are looking to kind of set the bracket to be BRU and AG, then everybody else underneath them. They're really getting further and further ahead. But then when we look on the opposite side, on the second panel, right, Onyx already being overtaken by GOW. Not by too much, but at the very least, it kind of sets a stagnant goalpost for the teams who are looking to qualify.
Yeah, at least for PE Sports, they are now ever so close to overtake in heavy, and then the next would be Onyx Olympus, which takes a lot more effort, right? They gotta get two more banger rounds to even get close to that, but at least we're seeing baby steps from PE Sports. I'm not really sure if baby steps is gonna cut it, but at least they're making progress.
I mean, we say that, but then we look it over at Expand trying to take like these early engagements that are just not working out for them at all. And I think that teams have started to pick up on that. That's why they're sending scouts very early to see what more that they can disrupt, if not get a couple more free elimination points.
Yeah, AG Global, they have gathered 110 points so far over 4 rounds. At the bottom, it's Expand with only 13, so it's an average of 4-point-ish points per round. Not looking too good, but of course 2 more booyahs for AG Global to complete the run. We'll see if they do it in the last 2 rounds, but that will only happen after this break.
Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get one extra point as well. A bonus for the road exposit. But backstabbed by Vasana.
He's been completely exposed. It's down to A-Backs, last player up against a full roster. Find somebody nameless though on the ground. Sminger's gone crazy all alone and he gets caught for a round. Second booyah off.
ตอนนี้น่ามีคิวครับ
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get one extra point as well. A bonus for the road exposit. But backstabbed by Vasana.
He's been completely exposed. It's down to A-Backs, last player up against a full roster. Find somebody nameless though on the ground. Sminger's gone crazy all alone and he gets caught for a round. Second booyah off.
ตอนนี้น่ามีคิวครับผมเล่นดีครับ
Digs now. Exposi gets the backstab and high down on the ground. Exposi kicked out of the Stanko.
Lagi gua main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gua.
Gonna be the first one to go in. Judo with the grenades. Gonna hope that they're gonna manage to connect. He gets it! He gets it! I think Judo is down. Nameless is gone. Diamond is alone. Can he 1v1?
Thank you very much, bro. Udah kasih kita boya.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Round one.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series for Southeast Asia. It is knockout stage day 15, and we are at the the final 2 rounds of the day. This is the penultimate round. It's round number 5. We are heading to Nextera in just a little bit. You're here with us. It's Husky and Gideon Q, waiting to see if AG Global will get more booyahs.
It's their time, it's their time. They've got the momentum built behind them. RRQ Kazu, which was supposed to be their biggest competition in between Group A and as well as Group B, not exactly performing at the level that we were hoping for. They're still trying to find their groove, but even so, AG is going to take full advantage of the situation. For how long, that's going to be a different question, because we do see people contesting them pretty often, right? With that being said, let's have a quick look at the at the current day summary, right? AG at the top at 110 points. Falcons at 61, BRU at 48. We were not expecting these teams to not even crack 60 points.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons barely made it there, and that's off of a good round out of 4 of it. So AG Global has been on the consistent rise, and I mean, they are in contention of breaking the record, not just for most points gathered in a single day. If they just get 2 more massive rounds, they got 130 bomb, and the rest are just in the 20s. And with that alone, it is more than enough to cement them as the top contender today. Teams have tried to, put them on the back foot, but none of them have found success. The closest one was GOW, and that one also ended in failure.
Yeah, and AG have seemed to be, they've been going under the radar, man. They're getting away with this when honestly there are opportunities for teams to actually turn on them. It's just really, really tough to do so. We're going on to our next map here. It's going to be Nextera, with the top 3 teams being WAG, All Gamers Global, and Twisted Minds. 2 of these teams are not playing, and that's WAG and as well as Twisted Minds. So it's very favored for All Gamers Global to take this map.
Yeah, it really is, and if they can take full advantage of that, if the stats ring true, then we are literally going to their home turf. They've conquered every other map in the pool at this point, kind of excluding the random map. So if they can complete this one, they essentially have finished the entire map cycle. We got a substitution for Star Knight. It's going to be Raz in and Raz out, so a bit of a razzle-dazzle in the roster swap for the final 2 rounds. Of course, Star Knights, they need to step up a little bit because Toda actually overtook them on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's really not looking good for them. They've changed their playstyle. They're getting really desperate for points, and it is very clear that this team wants to climb up quick. I'm gonna say some last few prayers as they get back into this game, because we got some stars that we have to watch. Number 1, it's going to be from AG. It's AG's stop with 7 eliminations, plenty of damage and 2 headshots. But even for Razor, it looks like when the team, especially after that round in Kalahari, he is pulling his weight individually.
He really is trying to make up for lost rounds. Limit also still being relevant in most of these situations, right? It's the primary sniper of his team, always trying to find the best angle, and I just gotta rely on the front lines to really hold it together, because Limit was one of the reasons that BRU were not able to get too far in the previous rounds, because Limit did put a lot of pressure onto Moshi and Get High. But we're heading over to Nextera first. If you want a glimpse of the future, this is it. It might not just be AI, maybe flying cars is what you like. We didn't get it in 2020, but Nextera would be the envision of that.
Yep, book your passports now, claim your visas while you still can, and if you got some extra time, invest in making a living here on our map Nextera, the city of the future. Good luck to all of our competitors as we head on into that flight path. Maybe we're gonna get a skewed line for once, because it's been way too good for AG if it's going to keep standard.
See if they get hot drop, right? If they get challenged, maybe we would see a bit of a change in the dynamics. Everything in this competition brought to you by the awesome Galaxy S24 Ultra. Also a glimpse into the future of what just a simple mobile device can do for you.
Look, I'm telling you, AG has been finding this success because of how they treat their phones. The Galaxy gods are just happy with their performance and have been giving them booyah after booyah. Let's see. Standard flight path so far, AG, the closest people who can contest them is going to be PE Sports. Expand going to be further towards the western side. And for now, we see the first engagement being RRQ Kazu as well as God of Wolf. Mal does not have a weapon in hand.
Nothing at all. Only a sidearm at best. Demon,
I think that's a heal rifle too, right?
Yeah. I mean, Demon is clearly looking for him.
I mean, even he doesn't really want to go in, but it looks like he got Homer drone, and now that he can't move, Mal takes advantage of the situation. Demon's trying to get on out of there, and Mal is getting blasted in the back. He was being looked over the whole time.
Oh, that is just brutal. You dying to a Mach 10 from that distance, from mid-range. Not really the best weapon, but in that situation when you have zero protection, zero armor at all, DOW, they just capitalize on the free point and instantly retreats. But it's not over for RQ Kazu, because Peter just found Dudes.
All right, and Abe will be able to revive Dudes just in time there. Let's see if this is going to be a full commitment from Falcons. Oh, it's not just their scout. They've got the full squad here. Peter's a little chunk, but it's totally fine, right? They've got loot. They might be able to capitalize on RRQ, but it seems like RRQ pulled back. Mal going a completely separate direction to hopefully pull as many members from Falcon away from that compound and to not see this rotation from Abe and Razor.
I mean, RQ, they gotta somehow get out of this, and Abe is still getting shot at. I believe he's still from the direction of Team Falcons. Really don't want to let go of the prey. Razor also not doing too well. This is gonna get really ugly for RQ Kazu. Not catching a break from the moment they touch grass. And on fire, he knows this. Razor, he's gonna get either barbecue or littered with bullets, and he chose the latter. Peter blasts him, and another point going over to Falcons.
It's okay, it's a necessary sacrifice to keep the rest of the team alive. That being said, let's look over at PE Sports as they take on Torak once more with AG on the backs of LBT.
In PE Sports, they're gonna have a rough time because AG Global and Todak will basically sandwich them. LBT Nero really in the red zone. They've already lost one of the members. LBT is gonna join him in the grave, and Don't Cry probably would just have to hold his breath and not show any presence. Let this fight die down. Karma actually got shot down, but revenge is gonna start kicking through. Raja, you're gonna be next on the hit list by taking on AG. A fatal mistake. Star finds it. That's point number 3 for AG Global.
They're just hunting. They're just hunting. They know that Torak is also involved in this fight. Don't know where. They hear the audio. Quickly turning the corner. Oh, almost finding the tray, but luckily AG, they just collapse faster. Wings using the Riptide Rhythm to look and find Sypha as the knockdown here. Quickly trying to keep him alive for as long as possible before you see Caramel get onto the back of Wings. Do on the opposite end to facepalm him. Hey, nobody, I say, takes down my boys.
Yeah, Caramel goes down, gets revived, and instantly finds profit by dropping right in front of Wings as well. Talk about a comeback move. And just like that, AG Global, 5 points. And once more having the full squad together and being able to pick to loot the remains of their fallen enemies. RQ Kazu makes a sort of a recovery, but finds themselves facing off against Team Falcons once more.
Yeah. Rust here. Death as well on Mal. Everyone thinks this off. Not only the points of which to get to that second floor is also difficult, considering that even one more on a bit of an off angle himself. Oh, wait a minute. Cosq forced to actually push on backwards. If they're getting forced in, I would imagine that RRQ want to make a move. And yes, you see them converging towards each other on the opposite side of this building. On fire, would take as many shots as he can, but Peter, doing majority of the work, ends up still facing the music of RRQ. They managed to get the revive in time, and Dude's quickly jumping past the blue wall to cut off entryways, but still falls down. On fire and one more doing good work, despite the last member of RRQ on the outer side. That's going to be RRQ getting eliminated at 11th place.
Oh man, that really stings if you are RRQ. 4 out of 5 rounds have ended in disaster. The fact that they knocked down Cosq but could not find the finisher really is kind of the turning point, because Falcons were able to recuperate in the midst of the battle. GOW against Peaceful, what a turnaround. Don't cry with the 180 onto Demon, really showing him who's boss.
And Demon was like, you whiffed at me twice, you have no more chances anymore. Third time is unacceptable for a player of their standards. Now GOW is going to hunt for the last remaining members of PE Sports, but don't cry, just trying his best to maybe find something. He ends up going down regardless here. A double kill for Dayan. Great stuff as GOW now with 2 elimination points.
Doesn't even have time to enjoy death because he's quickly brought back into the game. So no rest for the Wicked. At least no rest for PE Sports in this case. Wow, also found 5 eliminations. Here comes the ice grenade. Majority of Hua members did get kind of chipped away, but not much damage dealt. Here comes the Trogon from 18 Deer, but Shin just eats it up. Meanwhile, for Star Knights, they are realizing not really doing as much damage as they wanted. So Hua Esports gladly holding them hostage.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing Ring Around the Rosie, right? They want the inside of the compound. Hua makes it to the outside of the compound. And now that Star wants to break outside of the compound, Hua is going to control them. But if this continues to go on, we see that GOW has full line of sight of the members on the outer part of the compound. Now we do see that Star quickly trying to punish members of Hua in case they break down these glue walls. They got some good shots so far, but it looks like GOW are not going to throw this. They're going into a fight with Torak. Now, Dragon next to fall down here as the Star Knights holding them hostage against them. Wide out in the open, and now to start farming for the eliminations. Perfect play coming up for the Star Knights. Bailed out by GOW. And now GOW, they missed out on their elimination points, and they want revenge on the Star Knights as they quickly push on in.
Yeah, best part of that is GOW, they were able to claim their payment, right? All of the elimination points went over to them. Star Knights got nothing out of that, but they did keep Hua Esports out long enough, so their survival is a pretty good return of investment for the amount of points that GOW took from them. And now Star Knights gets to retreat, and GOW, they're gonna lay claims to the boxing ring.
Yeah, but the question is, where does Yanbin go to try and recover, right? He's still in the danger zone as long as he's lingering outside of the compound. But we do see that actually not too far away, BRU is pushing out Expand, who was initially chasing the members of PE Sports, but now it looks like they've already lost a member.
It's only gonna get worse from this point onwards. There's no way out for Expand. Yeah, Achap is already gone. Jonah, what a snipe from afar. I think Expand does have one member who is essentially going to be the survivor, but not if he gets picked off. I think that's Meekit. AG Global somehow finds it, and they cash in on their 8th point. And now they're looking not just at Expand but also at BRU. This could be another moment for AG to pop off.
Oh, this is such a good position for AG, but they need to focus specifically on the members of BRU, who's going to be their biggest competition. Expand gets eliminated, and BRU make quick work of them here, sweeping them under the rug. This is how these engagements need to go so they can prepare for the jump-in from AG.
This is the biggest test if AG Global can overcome BRU this early into the game. In this mid-game, they are going to have a great chance when it comes to the later stages of the round. Point number 9 for AG Claim. Here comes the 1v1 Cypher. On to Jonah, couldn't find a knockdown just yet. And stop, he's gonna get blasted in the face by the Trogon. Jonah somehow finds a knockdown through the window, and BRU looking to turn it around onto AG Global. The revival needs to come through, but Cypher falls, and AG Global instantly calls for retreat. This fight is over, and they now need to look for survival.
Oh man, and they've sent their member out for survival. Caramel needs to buy as much time for Do as possible. The longer this takes, the higher chance that they will be able to recover from this damage from BRU. really good stuff from BRU, man. Really good stuff. They with the help of Jonah's shot calling, everybody has the Emperor's Eye. They all pushed at the same time to crack open that wall to find that initial weakness and then capitalize on it even further. But now, PE Sports, they managed to recover, but they're right smack in the center of the map, and GOW ain't letting them go.
They're gonna fly away. Huang An actually gets shot mid-air. So he's gonna go down. PE Sports, the cost of survival, loses one of the members. AG Global still wants to look for safe spot, but as they were trying to escape with the portal, actually they got scanned out by the Dinoculus from BRU. So now they're caught between two teams. Maybe the miracle run ends here. Dew goes down. Caramel needs to protect him, but his back is exposed. And Hua Esports will be the team to do the honors unless PE Esports chips in,
No way!
This ceremony. Shin is so low, he needs Yanmin back up, but the Riptide Rhythm ruins all of it. BRU now takes point, and Trickon is gonna try and wrap around.
Did they know?
AG Global is to pick up Scrap. Caramel finds a knockdown. It is a mess, and AG Global somehow makes it out of it.
No way that AG makes it out of that. When they were just about to get eliminated too, BRU take the positional advantage and they can just wait. They know they have the time. Same goes for the Star Knights as well. GOW still held up in the shack, trying to keep out attack all around. But in the meantime, Dude has no means to walk into this area for free. Todak is going to be his first contact. He still has to deal with the Star Knights because BRU completely shuts down a rotation from the southern side of the map.
And the revival comes through for AG Global. A second chance at the Booyah for round number 5. The fact that Dew found a vehicle amidst the chaos, really God-given, if anything else. So AG Global, they're going to lay low for now. And BRU presents themselves as the biggest threat in this current lobby. Let's see if AG Global can overcome the odds. This is as behind as it can get, right? They have not been put on the back foot the entire day. This is the very first round.
Yeah, very first round. GOW, looks like there's some blue wall melters being thrown at them, but Falcons wide out in the open. A lot of space, but not a lot of natural cover. They could play by the rocks or even by the 4 trees on their left-hand side. Attack all around, forced to push on in. I would only imagine that Falcons want to be a part of this to maybe flush out GOW.
Yeah, and we also caught a glimpse of AG Global in a horrible spot, a crowded area, unlike the previous 4 rounds. Limit did get sniped. There is a third party firing at attack all around as well, so this push is not going to be easy. Hua Esports gets knocked out as the Riptide Rhythm. Pun got absolutely just gets littered with bullets, sprayed to pieces. GOW should be able to hold the compound with minimal effort. As Jump Guard also gets taken down. Attack all around. Assault has ended.
Yep, and Falcons absolutely ruined the chances of attack all around, even committing some Riptide Rhythms to open up some angles so that GOW can get some free shots in. Now the circle pulls closer towards the southern side once again. Falcons, as good as their position is, they might need to come from the eastern front.
And with that being said, attack all around, wiped out. I mean, GOW did get a bit of help from Todak, but any third party is appreciated. AG Global somehow able to basically regroup. BRU left on an island, same as PE Sports, but Star Knights, they're going to face off against Todak. Wings needs to find an angle, but he's not safe out in the open because BRU sees him, and Todak, they're not going to have any chance of survival. Too many opponents to look at, and they get eliminated as well.
Yep, and GOW, they're farming hard this game already with 11 eliminations and looking for some more as they can take the full engagement against the Star Knights. Their front line is basically gone. Dion is dead. Tun is trying to recover. It's a 3v4 against the Star Knights in this compound, but Liam will try his best to buy some time for the rest of his members. He ends up falling regardless, but now, wait, it looks like AG Global going in full favor. PE Sports, Falcons, as well as BRU all caught within the same compound of fight. Right now, you see that GOW playing on the outskirts. We'll look at the last remaining members of the Star Knights, eliminating them in 6th place.
Yeah, GOW, a monstrous round so far. 14 eliminations, but only 2 members left. AG Global, stop, just get blasted. Maybe Team Falcons is going to end the run. The grenades over the top as well. Caramel needs to get stopped back, but that is just not attainable. AG Global with 2 members left. Can they make the other teams take each other out? I mean, there's Falcons, there's PE, there's BRU, AG Global. If they want to play safe, this is the time. But the circle is going to start pushing them in. Stop right at the edge. There is still some space for AG.
Thank God. Now, Now this means that Falcons as well as PE Sports have to be the initiators. BRU have so much influence over the map. They know where GOW is going to be, and if PE Sports ends up falling, they know they can push into the compound to fight Falcons. And there we have it. PE Sports ends up getting eliminated by the Falcons, but Falcons pull back straight away afterwards. They do not want to being caught in a pincer.
And that is bad news for AG Global. That is their one ticket to potentially get some resources to prep for the final phase, and now they have nothing. BRU knows where they are. Falcons clearly heard the footsteps, and AG Global ends up being caught in the middle. Perhaps the 6th consecutive rounds is not going to happen anytime soon, not under BRU's watch.
I mean, it's got to be a miracle play here. Falcons need to fall into a full engagement with BRU to give either one of these teams who don't have full fighting strength a chance. Whether it's GOW or AG, let's find out, because AG gets down to the ground floor behind the compound and BRU slowly pushing back up, but AG have no choice and will have to take the CQC against BRU as they get gunned down inside their safe space. Reloads in front of them. Wasana eliminates AG's chances at a 5th booyah.
The perfect day is not today for AG Global. They did say they wanted to, and they didn't expect to get 4, so that's more than enough for them.
Oh!
BRU now has a chance. What a nade! That's the remnants of GOW. Another cluster from Falcons. They want this private 4v4 with BRU. Tun somehow stands back out, has the Steffi, but BRU, they're not going to wait for Falcons to clean up the stragglers. They want that third party, maybe a 5th member, but Tun gets sniped by one more. He wants to make sure that this is a fair fight between Falcons and BRU. Eternal enemies on the battlefield. Steffi, Time Turner, Blue Wall, Jonah in the front. On fire, is knocked down, Get High ensures that he stays down, but the captain of BRU gets eliminated. Falcons turns around in the 3v3 is a labyrinth in the middle of the safe zone. That Riptide Rhythm exposes everyone, and Peter, not ready to receive the bullets in his face, gets knocked down. Cosq needs to find Wasana, but Wasana is online. BRU finally making a mark in this round, and this belongs to them. The first booyah for BRU.
GG, well played. BRU come up on top here in Nextera with a booyah of their own in calculated fashion, as they always have their booyahs. But still, one Riptide Rhythm to change the course of that fight. Falcons just wasn't ready for the cover to fall down.
All started when AG Global decided to take them on. Of course, AG Global would have known that that team was BRU, and that really changed the dynamic for the rest of the round, giving BRU exactly what they need, the amount of resources that they require to keep on pushing and eventually to get their first booyah of the evening. And that is also good news because they get to extend their lead on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm just glad that they made the smart choice of saving that Riptide Rhythm, knowing that the circle was about to start closing in. And once it does, look at this labyrinth here. You basically can't see anything, can't find anything, and as soon as the call is made, Riptide Rhythm active, everybody is already starting to pre-fire.
The moment that Riptide Rhythm comes out, right, it kind of feels like you just suddenly kind of pull the blinds, and you get, and light shines in your face. You just gotta be ready for it. Falcons not being able to win the 1v1, especially when Wasana has already heated up. It's a tough fight for Falcons, but at least they finished the round in 2nd place. BRU able to recover just by a little bit to make sure that their throne remains theirs.
Yeah, and so many unfortunate scenarios for everybody else, right? Especially the Vietnamese squads like Hua, Attack All Around, even GOW. Like, GOW maybe got the better half of it, but the majority of these teams could barely walk into the ring without losing an arm or a leg.
For example, really using not just the environment but other teams to provide pressure on their opponents. But AG Global, again, this is the first time we see them on the back foot, and they just were not in a position to recover due to how crippled they was. And the nade from Falcons to really make sure that there's no interference for the final fight was great, because it did nail them a couple of extra points.
Yeah, one more was making sure, alright? He threw the grenade, and he also made sure that that final shot was going to eliminate GOW for the honest squad v squad. But with that being said, now that AG has been knocked off of their current booyah streak, we gotta give it over to BRU. We're gonna have an interview with them, and I'm excited to see what they have to say about today.
Even though it's not a fifth booyah for AG, but it is still fifth booyah for Thai team. And this is Pon Wasana from Buriram United Esport. Yay! So this is the unlock for you guys for today because you already got the booyah, but it seemed like you guys didn't happy. What's wrong?
ในที่สุดทีมเราก็ได้ปลดล็อกในการเอาบูย่าในครั้งนี้โดยที่มีทีมไทยได้5ทีมแต่ว่าทำไมดูเหมือนแบบว่าหน้าไม่ค่อยแฮปปี้เลย
ก็วันนี้เล่นไม่ค่อยได้ตามมาตรฐานเท่าไหร่ครับ
We didn't perform well as our standard.
So what do you think that you guys have to adjust to fix this problem?
เราจะแก้ปัญหานี้ยังไงคะ
ก็ต้องเตรียมตัวให้พร้อมครับแล้วก็
ซ้อมมากขึ้น
ซ้อมมากขึ้นครับใช่
We need to train more and prepare more for the next week.
Okay. Sorry guys. Okay, I think if you follow them since a very long time ago, you will know that it is like a curse for Buriram United Esport. They always did so well in the regular season or a point rush round, but they will not get a booyah in the final round.
What gonna be the question?
The question is, will it be deja vu again?
โอเคสำหรับใครๆที่ติดตามทีมบุรีรัมย์ก็จะรู้ว่าค่อนข้างทำได้ดีในรอบน็อกเอาท์แต่ว่าพอรอบไฟนอลเนี่ยไม่ค่อยจะได้บูย่าคิดว่ารอบที่จะถึงเนี่ยพอยรัดแกนไฟนอลเนี่ยจะเป็นเดจาวูไหมแบบเหตุการณ์จะซ้ำรอยไหม
พอยรัดก็ไม่ยิงนะครับติ่มๆในรอบชิงค่อยลั่นเอาเอง
So we plan to not aim any booyah in point rush and we will try our best on grand finals. Yeah.
So this is 100% performance of your team right now that you think you gonna get this trophy, right?
ก็คือต้องเล่นให้เต็ม 100% เพื่อที่จะเอาถ้วยในรอบไฟนอลครั้งนี้
ใช่ครับก็พวกนี้พวกผมจะเตรียมตัวให้พร้อมแล้วก็จะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Yes, we will prepare our team for the best and we'll try to get the trophy for this time.
What do you think that is going to be for your, especially you, if you get this trophy? How do you feel if you get it?
ถ้าเกิดได้ถ้วยครั้งนี้จะรู้สึกไงคะ
ก็โล่งเลยครับก็ไม่ได้จับมานานแล้ว
I will feel very relieved because it's long time that I didn't take any trophy.
Okay. So last but not least, can you say anything to your fans all around the world?
ฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆทั่วโลกหน่อยค่ะ
ก็พวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนได้ครับฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับ
We will do our best. Please support us. We will try to get this trophy for all of us.
Okay. พร้อมสำหรับเกมต่อไปไหม
100% ครับ
Are you guys ready for the next game because it is the last game for today? And do you think we gonna get the 6th booyah for Thai team? Oh, I hope so. So let's get back into the game. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
See the PRU blood flowing, right? It flows blue, it runs blue, just looking for his first trophy with the team. But it's pretty crazy that he said that they do not want any booyahs in point rush. I guess they want to handicap themselves because they are that good.
Hey man, when you're the uncrowned king, considered to be one of the best Free Fire players in the world, I feel like there is no other victory sweeter than one that was from behind. So, I don't know whether BRU is going to pull out that strategy or not. It's going to be a completely different story to get to the point rush, but I think it is time. I'm real curious about what this last map is going to be, but let's first look. MVP of this match, going to be Wasana without a doubt.
Yeah, you cannot hate this guy no matter what, right? Even when he carries the game, he gives credit to the rest of the team. But I mean, one thing I do like about him is that over time he's a lot more open, right? A lot more expressive. Because back then, if you try to get anything out of him, you get nothing. You can waterboard him and he will not tell you what his favorite food is. So right now, it's good to see that he's gelling well with the team and he is still retaining the performance before he joined PRU.
I'm feeling like there is a little bit of influence. He's been hanging out with people like Get High, Moshi, even Jonah. I feel like Jonah is going to be on the latter half of the end. But if things are going well, I'm only imagining Get High and as well as Wasana having a good time, bringing the good vibes.
Yeah, you know he made it when he started getting dreadlocks like Moshi at one point. That is how you know he made it in BRU. But so far, I mean, we've always kind of say that he is one of the best acquisition that BRU has ever made, and that was right after FFSI. And look at where they are now. Elim leader Wasana is there up with Koskio and Peter. We got Stop from AG Global, and we also got GOW's Demon.
Admittedly, this time round, especially on Nextera, everybody was putting up a pretty good fight. Nobody felt like they were underperforming overall, and were still able to squeeze themselves out pretty far down the line. Like, even 5th Circle, there was still a majority of the team still around, which explains why our elimination leaders could not break the 5 elim mark.
I think the most we saw today was 7 or 8. Aside from that, it's pretty, at least for this round, it's very even. We have plenty of third parties, but I think if you're AG Global, you're in a very relaxed state right now, right? As long as we don't bomb up in bottom 2, we get a good round, we feel really happy about today's performance. Key players of the round, we got Wasana with 5 Ilims, Koskio, most damage dealt, and Yanbin with the sweet 8 hit shot.
Yanbin has been hitting so many shots. I think he was being contested by Todak's wing earlier, because I did see he had a good amount of headshots, but it doesn't seem like he overtook 8s. But I gotta give it to Koskio on Falcons. The way that they are rushing their targets, especially expecting the first glue wall to come up defensively to stop projectiles, Koskio is so ahead of the game. He's already got the launcher out half the time.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, BRU not breaking the record for most points in a single or for today, but they get 25 points, same as AG Global in the previous round. Falcons getting 24 and GOW with 22. AG Global not too far behind, 18 points.
Yeah, they did not bomb out, and luckily even for PE Sports, they were able to pick up eliminations of their own. No big games for them, but even still, in contention against Todak, every point matters.
Every point does matter. Very top-heavy round. BRU 8 points away from making it to 1,000, and because of the round just now, AG Global not really getting too close to BRU, well, to the delight of BRU fans, but Twisted Minds, they're gonna have a lot of catch-up to do. Thankfully, RQ Kazu still 10 points away.
Yeah, now, but for this final map, I'm looking at PE. The goalpost currently is Onic, right? 527 total points, with PE at 502. So that's 25 points they need to achieve to just equalize against Onic Olympus. 25 is a big ask, I'm not gonna lie. Quite a big ask when they're averaging, even on some of their better games, roughly around 9 to 10 points.
Yeah, they only got 29 points so far today out of 5 rounds, so we're asking the same amount, but in 1 round. Really is a tall ask, but we'll see, right? Maybe this random map is going to help PE Sports out, although I'd say their best performing map so far was weirdly between Kalahari and Nextera. Oh, we'll see if we get there, right? 2 of the most impactful map if you want the most unexpected result.
All right, let's see it. Here's the map selector as RNG rolls it. Just roll a little bit more, please roll a little bit more. God darn it. Oh, it's Kalahari once again.
What do you mean not again? I mean, throughout the 5 weeks, I don't think I've gotten Kalahari on a random map selector, right? So it's the first for me. Might not be the first for the teams, but for me, I'm happy, right? First time I see Kalahari being selected.
Okay, alright, I'll give it to you. To be fair, you weren't casting on the days that Kalahari did get selected, but even so, AG Global, they edged it out here today on Kalahari, even when RRQ Kazu were looking to go on that tear. Now, I think it's kind of anybody's game, right? I would lean more into the Indonesians, especially with the way that RRQ usually plays the map, but they haven't been doing well this entire day, so it's a little tough to kind of back it up.
And I want to see if RQ is going to take the same approach again, because the best performers is RQ is no longer in top 3, right? BRU, Twisted Minds, and then you have AG, All Gamers Global, in 3rd place. Of course, Twisted Minds will not be playing today, and BRU didn't have the best Kalahari round. So I still put AG as the top contender.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty exciting game here. Whether or not we're going to see AG claim a 5th Booyah to tie it up, being one of the only 2 teams to have achieved 5 Booyahs in a day, that alone is going to put a target on your back.
It's going to be quite a mountain to climb, but funnily enough, AG Global actually were the ones that looked for trouble in the previous round, right? It's not like people were actively hunting them down. They just decided to get a bit more aggressive and bumped into potentially the worst team to fight 4v4 without preparation. As Kalahari is going to change that though, because AG Global did find pretty good starts on Kalahari overall. If you threw away your summer clothes, it's time to get new ones because it's about to get hot.
Yep, it's about to get real hot once again. We're getting back to the dunes, we're getting back into the sands, plenty of verticality and some interesting endgame zones. Whether or not teams are going to get lucky, their fate's in their hands. Welcome to Kalahari as we have a look at the flight path.
Gonna kick up another sandstorm, so if you don't have goggles, you might just miss the action. So far, flight paths have been very, very tame, very, very generous, and same as Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, just great with everything. You want photos in places you've never been before, no problem. You want great gameplay, it's there. Long battery life. If you get lost on an island, it's gonna last you a couple of days.
I do hope that one of these days somebody utilizes the AI in the Galaxy, in the Samsung Galaxy, just to circle the first map, just to show them what the next rotations are going to be. I'd be interested to see if it's that powerful. But now, as we do talk about it, Refinery going to be controlled by RRQ. I'm not seeing a lot of early engagements at all. Everybody in dedicated spots. Torak a little bit greedy. 3 of them split off into one zone, 1 going into the next. And once again, we see Expand and as well as the Star Knights going at it.
Even PE Sports is a part of this. And these 3 teams really, really are stubborn, if I may say. But at least the dynamics is slightly different this time. In round 4, it was PE Sports against Star Knights to start off the skirmish. But right now, it's Expand and PE Sports. And remember, we did have Attack All Around and Team Falcons near confinement. So if these teams learn anything, is that trouble isn't that far away.
Yep, and utilizing the time, right? Attack All Around, they did send one of their scouts and Expand will try to actually take them on. The Star Knights are just biding their time, waiting until everybody is fully used, and even using the binoculars to get a rough idea of where they're going to be. They're dropping the UAV as well to get even more information, but now this is the true 4v4.
If Expand wins this, they are already off to a great start, the greatest that they've ever had in this entire day. And Expand, they're not backing off. In fact, they want to be the aggressors to run into Star Knights, but it's going to be very, very risky. They're so split up. Any single pickup from Star Knights is going to spell disaster.
To be fair, Expand did thwart off the very first attack in the last map, right? But they eventually did end up rotating around back to the same area to eventually die off to the members that recovered. So really, it's about wiping out the entirety of the squad to ensure that you don't have to recontest for the same spots again. Now, Star, just taking their time, 18 Deer on the 2nd floor. I thought he was on the 1st floor for a second. But now Axel and even Kuchik looking to reposition.
It's going to be tight. In fact, Star Knights, they have basically made a base on top of the roof, the balcony as well. There is a flank angle that they could look for. Achab instantly makes contact. The rest of Star are still making sure that at least they don't give up 2nd floor, but about to get very, very messy. Blue was being put up. Achab couldn't find entry, and Lee finds the first pickoff. Fires also gets Axel. That is Expand losing 2 members in the blink of an eye. They want to win this out, but it is just too much for them to handle. 3 of them fall. Revival comes through thanks to Kuchik, who didn't fully commit to the fight. But I don't think he can even get one because 18 Deer wins that fight. So 4 free points delivered to Star Knight.
Yep, a little unfortunate for Expand. They don't win it out this time round, but they still are in contention and are still in the running to maybe get a Booyah down the road. I am seeing that AG and Hua going at it, but even Attack All Around, looking at the freshly revived members of Expand getting hunted down.
It's just a tough round for Expand, right? They made the commitment, but when you can't out-mechanics your opponent, that really can be the deal breaker sometimes. Attack All Around and Team Falcons are not going to be involved this time, thankfully. Santa Catarina is going to be where Attack on Around hosts their base. AG Global still kind of hovering around Oldhampton. You've got Hua Esports being the first team they run into. And also they sub-Viper in his first last appearance, at least for today. Cypher getting picked up by Yanbin.
Yep. They're really rotating around really hard here. They've got members ready to actually reinforce positions, but they just don't know whether or not it's worthwhile. We do see revives coming through. Cypher is going to get brought back into the game, and this is going to give the signal for Hua to actually take the space. It looks like because they are down on members and resources, it's giving them the confidence to control the POI of the marketplace and force Stop and Viper away. Ooh, Shin taking a high angle here. Stop, as well as Viper, exposed completely.
Wonder how AG Global is going to function, right? The short pause in game without their captain Caramel. It's going to take a back seat for this final round. And Shin is going to eventually find Viper. He wants more grappling gun to cut the distance between him and Stop. Actually going to take the back door, the back way. Stop. No idea that this is happening. What good maneuvers from Shin to really cripple the forces of AG Global.
Yep, and now they're looking for any remaining members. Oh, we cut back. Vamos apparently getting a pickoff onto RRQ. Wait, where are the rest of the RRQ members? Abe!
What?
No, RRQ getting eliminated in 12th place as BRU is about to walk up the spine of the mammoth to look down onto Vamos. Still, nobody spotted out just yet. Wasana is ready to drop, and it looks like the rest of his teammates will make first contact.
Man, disaster for RRQ. They got to think about this before the last week of the knockout stage for sure. A lot to reflect on. For Vamos, this is almost an impossible mountain to climb, but you gotta somehow make it work. Basically trapped in the tent, right? They locked it off with the glue wall, but that also makes them sitting ducks for BRU. They don't have to search for Vamos anymore. It's just a matter of time before Vamos will be forced to take this fight. By the way, Jonah, the Wasana, first guy to reach 200 assists in this knockout stage.
Yeah, so quick and so fast, especially as we're coming very quickly to the last final weeks. Jonah still holding that top side, just watching Vamos just getting frozen up here. And now the entry going to get blocked off, but they try it, but it's too late. They're already getting blasted through. Two members of Vamos is down, and the rest of BRU come in to wipe them under the rug once more. Vamos go out in 11th.
Not even a contest, really. While Jonah using his 250th grenade in knockout stage. Falcons engaging in their own little party with Hua, and Falcons this time a resounding victory, taking 4 points for themselves, but Hua Esports still in the game.
Yep, Falcons, this is their playground, right? Close CQC, and especially when you have the grappling gun, there's a lot of fun mechanics that you can do with it to basically airstrafe and change the direction that your momentum is throwing you at. With that being said, it does mean that Falcons don't have to worry about their backs here at Oldhampton as they make their way into the next ring. Let's have a quick update on the current Elim leaderboard. Hua still has a member remaining. Majority going over to BRU, with the rest contesting at 4 eliminations, even expand back to full fighting force.
I'm also looking at PE Sports, who has been quiet so far. Well, I say that they just took down Iza. No confirmed just yet. With the glue wall going down, that will be the first in this round 6. Basically taking command post and perch on top of one of the watchtower. And in this case, we'll see how much points they can get in this round to kind of get close to the goalposts of Onyx Olympus. GOW will take a backseat for now, considering that they just lost one member. No vending machines nearby, only a revival spot that is way too dangerous to capture right now.
Yeah, I think that God of Wolf, they don't mind. They can just sit around there, and then I don't want them to waste a pocket mart. I think it's just worthwhile just to hold their positions until necessary, because PE Esports, they don't know this, but PE Sports, all of them are just sitting on top of this watchtower, and they don't know if they're going to move out, and they're just waiting for that. Now, we cut back to attack all around. On the northern side, making their way over to Santa. Hopefully, they're able to scout out some of the other members rotating in. This is still the second ring, so it's still a lot of play area left.
DC tries to get taken down. Hua Esports going on the revival spree right now. The Esports trying to get some extra points if they can. Kodak is going to be team that they go up against. They got away from Expand early on. Now they're gonna take out Expand's own countryman. Raja goes down. Nero just tearing them a new one. Wings also loses that fight. And even on ground 4-7 wants to come in for the backstab, only to lose out the first engagement. The initial one, LBT breaking through the blue wall. They find 7 and Todak lost 3 of the members.
So fast, so quick. They have one remaining member on the outside, but the UAV is revealing all of the positions. PE think he's already gone, and they do spot the GOW members. But let's cut back over to attack all around as they're being contested for the ship by the Star Knights, who have already broken into the compound from the bottom floor.
Let's see, Star Knights made it out from the beginning. That nade almost took out 2 of them. Not really the most well-equipped Purgatory actually at the RGS, but he got knocked down, so Star Knight is able to dampen the firepower, but they still gotta win the CQC. The Limit shooting them from atop. They have no good line of sight, so Limit can take his time to get Purgatory back up.
As this recovery is going well, the Star Knights end up dropping down like flies. Kills secured, no problem. And now, this entire area being controlled by attack all around. There is another engagement with Falcons. We'll cut back over to that in just a little bit here. As attack all around now recovering from that area, we look at the Falcons and they're attacking Expand. They've already found one. Based off of the feed, they've already found one. So at this point, with their backs clear and moving into the next upcoming ring, it's just an ever-going chase.
Yeah. And the fact that, you know, Star Knights ran into attack all around means they made the rotation to their home ground, right? The home turf of Santa Catarina. Expand, we fired upon by Team Falcons, just trying to back off, a couple of the glue walls and the time turner. A lot of resources expended. Riptide Rhythm, fortunately, will not expose Expand for now, but they don't really have much cover to work with, and that's the bane of Kalahari. Most of the land that you have to work with, the open ground.
It's going to be difficult. It did cost them a couple of resources, but if they can find a couple of pickoffs or maybe an unlooted area, they might be able to get back up to full fighting force. In the meantime, though, I don't think that Falcons want to mirror that movement, right? I think they want to take the most direct way in towards that ring and make sure that Expand stay on that outer side as they push in.
Expand's kind of stuck as well. This is not a good spot. They might eventually be forced to fight unless AG Global changes this. In fact, Peter cancels the decision. Maybe not. Maybe they really want to take this. It's going to be a leap of faith. They see the glue wall and they're like, oh boy, we got to take this fight. AG Global will see this coming for sure. It is a full-on rush on top of the roof. He was going to back up for now. Peter goes for the rush, could not find an initial knock, and a full fight ensues.
Yep, and Expand, they're going to be starting to walk up to check out what's happening. Even GOW and as well as Hua have noticed the conflict happening on that compound on the outer skirts here. Falcon still unable to break on in just yet. Oh no, Viper gets left outside of the building. He quickly drops down the chrono to buy himself some time to reposition to the ground floor. Tries to get back in through the window, gets blasted by CosQ. Peter finds the knock. They should be able to recover after this, but AG, they're not getting bailed out. Nobody's getting involved. No thirds as they lob grenades in towards the compound, controlling both entry points at the same time. GOW is in the middle of a fight of their own, but Falcons, this looks like they are going to win out this war of attrition against AG. Riptide Rhythm's also going to be dropped down quick. This is going to be fast for Falcons to sweep under the rug as we see Do make a run for it with Sypha to get deeper into the compound, taking one tent for themselves and hopefully enough to distract Falcons. You got to focus on one guy. As long as one survives, AG have a chance.
Yeah, Falcons also very disciplined. They're just gonna take what they get. AG Global, none of the business for now. They got Expand to work with. One more actually gets sniped. Duel is not done just yet. I can't believe maybe there might be a miscommunication from the side of AG Global. The glue wall that blocked out Viper caused this chain reaction. Expand ended up losing 2 members. EXO falls as well. And Team Falcons, they're gonna stray away from AG Global. Seems like there's easier fishes to catch, and Expand basically trapped in the building.
Yep, and Falcon's going to take advantage of this. AG, they don't mind their current position because at least it's their backs are faced towards the inner ring. They might be able to keep Falcons away, but Expand, the longer this goes, the worse it is for both of the teams. And Falcons, they realize that. They start pulling back straight away as AG is starting to get active on the map.
No revivals for AG. They probably would only have to play with the 2 remaining members for the rest of the round. We still got 10 teams left, 31 players, 29 if you exclude the AG members. Peace was also still in the game. as off-screen make it does get taken out to expand on the last legs.
I don't know how Falcons are going to rotate in. AG are going to try and hurt them as much as possible. And even Falcons know, after sending out 2 UAVs, basically covering the entire play space, they've got a rough idea that somebody is going to stop them if they go east, and the western side is pretty much impossible.
AG also starting to make their move as well, but look at where Hua Esports is. They're holding their own spot between the vehicles, monster truck, race cars as a means of defense. They gotta deal with BRU. Basically, they're stuck in a corner, right? They gotta somehow fight their way out, and BRU will not make it easy.
Funny enough, Attack All Around seems to be in a similar situation as well, having to be looked over by Hua as well as BRU, and then there's also Star Knights on that opposite side, so honestly, Attack All Around really can't move out of that structure. Speaking of which, Expand already eliminated in 10th place. We see that Floki is going to go to the right side, and BRU will adjust accordingly.
They have to make the move. If they wait for the circle to push them in, BRU is going to take full advantage of that. I think that's a revive from the side of AG Global. They're still in the game, but again, with 2 members, Osana getting chipped down to half health, not down just yet. It's time to recover as Jonas lands the nade on the Tricken, and Peter even sniping one of the members of Hua Esports. They are the recipient of this death sentence from multiple Thai teams. BRU getting bailed out unintentionally by Falcons.
Yep, and Torak gets eliminated at 9th. Falcons still want to control the outside of these tents. Wasana, as well as his teammates, need to get out of here. This is too hot of a zone, especially with Attack All Around and Hua wanting to get involved. They can hold out for now, but that means that Hua is going to get eliminated at 8th place. On the opposite end, PE Sports taking a full engagement against Star Knights, and it looks like it's not going well for the Star Knights, right? But it's coming at a cost. Now a 1v1 between the two to hopefully make things turn around. LBT manages to get back up in time to turn this into 2v1. Faiz, he's still going strong. Can he please just win this out? It's too close. It's too dangerous. As Attack All Around now looking at the current situation, Riptide Rhythms, and that's going to be 2 eliminations falling into their hands. PE Sports get eliminated alongside them.
Man, LBT even switched into the charged buster to try and win it with the 1 shot, but Attack All Around took advantage of that situation. AG Global up to 3 members. Only Saifa is missing, but 2 of them were revived, so they don't really have the most to work with. Attack All Around might be the difference maker. Damage onto BRU. They're all clumped up together, but the surroundings, right? GOW, Falcons, Peter getting revived. He dropped right into the center. He needs to find safety instantly. Makes it to a safe spot for now.
On fire, and as well as 1 more trapped into the back of a van. Peter, he's so low, he just wants the reset, but BRU, they walk past them. They're looking for the compound instead, and GOW are doing the exact same thing, but they're sending Demon out first to scout out. Toscu ends up going down as Attack All Around still majority of the play area on their side, 40% as it slowly starts to reduce down as the blue gets closer and closer. Now 20% of the play area. Attack All Around need to make a decision.
AG Global, just don't breathe. Do not make a sound. He's starting to fire at the members of BRU, but the grenade launcher from Punga, the RGS, is going to make the difference. Attack All Around takes the roof for now. It's going to buy them some time and space. But AG Global, they have the building to work with. The inner structure. Punga gets dropped by the play zone of all things, and that's the guy with the grenade launcher. A bit of a disaster for Attack All Around, but they still got 3 people left. With the glue wall is going to get destroyed by the Riptide Rhythm. Jonah is going to snipe Limit. This is all going to hell as AG Global will be forced to join the fight. Pandemonium in the middle, a bloodshed from multiple teams. This is just a chaos incarnate. BRU finds center point. Jump bus gets dropped down. He's going to drop down the frying pan, but you cannot outgun the guns as BRU finds 11 eliminations. GOW, best possible round for the Riptide Raider, breaks all the glue walls. BRU running out of members, running out of stamina. Wasana will not stand. GOW brings it home for Vietnam to close out week 5.
Oh yeah, baby! Gotta Wolf makes it past. They held out longer than everybody else, and they just took down, just hurt, weakened members from all sides. What a turnaround here, and God of Wolf gonna be very, very happy. That Booyah was very much needed to buffer some points away from the 12th place spot and get higher in the rankings.
Try and catch up, get closer to Hua, get further away from Onyx Olympus, and also finishing what they started in round 4. Round 4 they did the same thing, but they lost the 4v4 against AG Global. This time they made sure that the Booyah was theirs.
Great stuff, great stuff. Like GOW, they don't stick around for the war of attrition for very long unless necessary. But man, their position in that ring probably wasn't like the god spot of all time. They just got a little lucky with engagements happening on every single front that holding up was actually the smartest idea with a large number of grenades already being used in the first 10 seconds of the engagement itself.
That and also, right, I mean, another big difference maker was the fact that Falcon somehow was able to survive longer than they should have, right? When BRU was right in front of them, they used BRU's blue wall, so BRU kind of let their guard down a little bit. There's no way our enemy hides behind our defenses. And when BRU pushes in, they got surrounded by multiple teams. GOW really taking advantage of the situation to get the booyah at the end.
Yeah, these end zones in Kalahari are really, really brutal sometimes. You can't be able to, even if you do have Emperor's Eye, there's only so much that you can realistically do at a time. You only have 4 members, 4 arms to make things work for the heavy lifting.
Yes, but we gotta talk about RQ a little bit. They had the best round on Kalahari, and then they also had the worst round on Kalahari. Very, very huge contrast, but today is just not an RQ day.
It really isn't a good day for the Kingdom. I mean, they're still really high up in the standings, so honestly, it's not that big of a deal, but still, it just goes to show, day to day, people are going to adapt. Even those who we expect to be consistent can have a tough time.
The fact that they probably will end this week without even being able to overtake Twisted Minds, who were not playing, that really, you know, that itself speaks a lot about RQ's performance today. But of course, they got one more week. They are guaranteed point rush that you don't have. Well, the fans don't have to worry. But for RQ themselves, they know that there's a lot that they need to reflect on for the last week of knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, the last week has been looking very interesting. I mean, desperate teams start to show themselves a little bit sooner, but now it feels like everybody seems a lot more tempered, and they're more excited to get in to these full squad v squad fights without having to worry about a third. With that being said, let's throw it over to the interview with our current winners here, God of Wolf.
I thought that I'm not gonna have a chance to be up here because Thailand is too dominant today, but here I am. Hello everybody, it's your MC, I'm Yunsul, and welcome to our interview after the match. And right next to me is Cao Dian. So can you say hello to the audience please? Xin chào Dian, thì lời đầu tiên thử là chào các bạn khán giả trước được không ạ?
Hello mọi người, mình là Dian đến từ Gao.
Tôi có tưởng là tôi không có slot tôi lên đây phỏng vấn mọi người. Cảm ơn Gao Esports, thank you so much. So moving on to our first questions. You know, that top one is really chaotic. So can you tell me what happened in that phase and how did you guys get that booyah? Because I still don't really understand what happened and who's the main caller and who did everything for the team. Thì ở cái pha cuối cùng ở trong game, một cái top 1 rất là mãn nhãn chúng mình, nhưng mà thật sự thì mình ngồi ngoài mình xem mình cũng không hiểu được chuyện gì xảy ra mọi người ạ. Thì không biết là Đan có thể giải thích lại trong cái tình trạng đó thì mọi người đã cùng nhau giao tranh như thế nào, call với nhau ra sao và ai là người chủ động để đưa ra cái bước cuối cùng kết quả như thế này ạ?
Dạ thì trong pha đó thì bọn em đã làm gì đâu, có biết làm gì đâu, cứ đứng thì tự nhiên top 1 luôn à.
So basically, we don't know what to do in that time, so we just stand there. I saw that there was a scene that Demon got knocked down, but they successfully saved him, and you know they just find out a way, and then they rush out, and then that's how they got top 1. It's really nonsense, right? So the second questions, in all of the teams in our tournaments right now, which team you highly rate is the best team right now? Thì ở trong giải đấu hiện tại, bạn đánh giá cao đội nào nhất ạ? Trong cái mức hiện tại của chúng ta, bạn đang có một cái đánh giá nào gọi là một cái sự lựa chọn sáng giá cho cái đội tuyển đấy ạ?
Em đang thấy là em đang đánh giá khá cao WAG vậy.
WAG. Tại sao bạn lại nghĩ, tại sao bạn đánh giá cao WAG?
Tại vì đội hình hiện tại của WAG cũng khá là hay, với lại em thấy giao tranh với Bermuda toàn ăn, cho nên em thấy WAG là vô địch.
Oh, so he highly rate WAG is the best team of himself right now. It's because their lineup right now is really good, and also they always win whenever they're in a combat with Bermuda United Esports. WAG is always the one who win that combat, so that's why he rated WAG is the best team right now. So this is the final match for you guys in this week. Do you think that the points you guys achieved today is enough to make you feel more comfortable in the next week, which is the last week for you guys in this knockout stage? Thì ngày hôm nay cũng sẽ là ngày thi đấu cuối cùng ở trong tuần thi đấu hiện tại, và đến với tuần sau sẽ là tuần cuối. Darren có nghĩ là Gao Esports hiện tại đã mang về cho mình một cái số điểm nó có thể gọi là dễ thở hơn cho tuần sau chưa ạ?
Dạ thì sau hơn tuần trước, với ngày đầu tiên của tuần này chặt vặt, thì bọn mình đang cố gắng để vươn lên để có vị trí an toàn để hướng đến chung kết.
So during our first match of this week and the last time of the week, we feel like today we did everything enough so that we can bring more points to closer to the finals ticket. I mean, that is all we're trying to do. But overall, I think today is enough for us to getting more comfortable in the last week. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của mình và coi đây. Chúng mình sẽ kết thúc tại đây và hẹn gặp lại các bạn vào trong tuần sau nhé. Và sẽ là tuần thi đấu cuối cùng, sẽ là một tuần thi đấu cực kỳ căng thẳng để chúng ta có thể xem là sẽ có bao nhiêu đội Việt Nam sẽ bước chân vào chung kết nữa. Chúc các bạn ngủ ngon và hẹn gặp lại nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview. Now let's head back to the caster and good night. See you guys.
Oh, I've never seen a man stand so still in my life. His legs do not shake during that interview, makes minimal eye contact, but has some good words to say because he, at least the end from Gao is realistic in his approach at looking at the game and also attaining the information of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, as one of my favorite rappers always says, today is a good day for GOW, at least to end week number 5. In terms of comfort in top 12, I think they've achieved that at least for now, off the back of Ton as the MVP for round number 6. Rocking the Steffi as well, more of a rare active ability character in the current meta, but always comes into good use when you need that extra utility denier.
Oh, absolutely, right? Not everybody decides to run it. It's very much about timing, which GOW... It makes sense with GOW's playstyle, right? They like to kind of hunker around, they like to play for information and position, and when they have that right opportunity and to give the go sign, they better find the knockdowns. Because if they don't, they have to wait a really long time before they can do it again.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the loadout, right? It is slightly different. For them, they want to gather intel, but different in a different manner, right? Really relying on 2 Dinoculars and the Dreki, but at the same time, having utilities to defend themselves as well. The Steffi, again, being the center, kind of the cornerstone of their approach in CQCs. People usually go for the Chrono Time Turner, or they go a bit more of a Tatsuya Rush, but for GOW, they want to take a more defensive approach even to CQCs. But when you look at total eliminations, it really speaks a lot on how they approach this final round. Only 4 eliminations in total, not enough to put them on the elimination leaderboard.
Yep, just playing for those positional points. Jonah gonna be the elim leader of this map. 6 eliminations under his belt with Jump Gun and Cosq at 5 each. Wasana at 3 and Nero at 4. PE Esports put themselves on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the key players also. Jonah getting 6 eliminations on fire with that close to 3k damage, and Dew for once in today's matches had to go on medic mode, but AG Global, the last 2 rounds has been extremely brutal, right? Put on the back foot as bad as it could get, but at the end of the day, they've gotten 4 straight booyahs, so for AG Global, it's a pretty damn good day.
Yeah, it's still a whopping amount of points that they have. This was the atypical AG Global that I expected to see, you know? Ended up getting pincer, get forced back into a corner, hunkering down until the end game zone, and still managing to get a good number of MVPs alongside it throughout the day. 6 MVPs across the board for the top 3, with 4th being Diamond at 5 and Peter at 4.
I mean, look at this, right? Dew still farming MVP titles. The fact that Mao is up there from previous week's performance, it's going to be a very tight, the tightest race we had for MVP title collectors. Of course, game standings, 20 points for BRU. Is overall a slower round, not too explosive even for the winners. And GOW, because they only got 4 elims, they clocked in 16 points at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, GOW, they could barely see what was happening in that map. They were stuck in a tent, they had to look at a labyrinth of glue walls, and a majority of people in the kill feed, you don't even know what squads they are from. So I don't blame GOW for getting only 4 eliminations. I will say that BRU really took advantage of the situation, having the extra verticality to start gunning the rest. But here's the day 15 summary, with AG right at the top at 136 points. This has been one of their better days. Falcons with 103. They really started to pick things up towards the latter half.
Yeah, for BRU, it's all about a game of consistency. Even though they didn't break the 100-point mark by the end of the day, they still did a pretty great job of making sure that it doesn't get out of control. And with that being said, this also officially makes BRU the very first team to blow past the 1,000-point mark on the overall standings. 1,012 in total to be exactly. I feel like they are Mondo to plant this a free fire. Every single time they will set the bar higher for themselves.
Yep. And as you can see, the numbers are all nice. Every team has played 60 games in total, with AG with 917 securing themselves the 2nd spot here at Twisted Minds. Gonna be a little upset, but it's fine. They're not playing. RRQ, very disappointing day today, but they're still within contentions for top 4.
And Onyx Olympus getting past the torch unwillingly to be the goalkeeper for top 12. They are now the team to beat. PE Sports doing their best to catch up, honestly not too far away, only a 12-point gap to tie, and Heavy also kind of trying to make it there, but thankfully for Star Knights, they were able to recover towards the end and overtake Todak again. But bottom 3 will be the Malaysian teams once more. We'll just see if they, we just wish them the best for the last round. Weekly Predator deal with 49, followed by Jonah with 37, Saifa Wasana with 33, and Stop with 32.
Well, looks like AG is going to be dominating the Weekly Predator this time around and not BRU. This has been quite an exciting day for AG overall, right? Quick momentum, they got shut down, weren't able to really find that steam all over again, but still, the points in the bag is going to make them very happy.
Yeah, very, very happy. Wow, 95 points behind BRU, but at this stage of the knockout stage, doesn't really matter, right? You just want to look at point rush and then the head start points for the grand finals. It's all about bragging rights. I think teams are willing to surrender it to BRU as always. As we look towards the final week of knockout stage, which is basically next week, we're going to finalize our top 12 and also start thinking about possibilities of teams that are not going to make it, disrupting the leaderboard.
Yep. High priority on anybody below the 12th place spot. And honestly, for Onyx, I feel like in these upcoming weeks, they really need to get their plans together. It feels like they've fallen off after having what looked to be steady, but even after the patch, not able to find much success, not winning the fights that we expect them to win, and more importantly, so not a strong game style in playing outer ring or inner ring. It feels like they're still undecided about that after the patch.
Yeah, and for GOW, if they continue this trajectory, I think they will secure playoffs for sure, point rush for sure. PE Sports, I think they're in the same boat as Onyx, right? Never really recover regardless of the patch. And I think this stems from coming back from EWC itself. They've still been trying to find their groove. But for me, I feel like the biggest disappointment so far is going to be Star Knights, for sure.
Really?
They came in strong at the start of the year. Actually, last year, came in strong. Start of the year, didn't do too bad. Went to Riyadh, absolutely dropped the ball. And right now, they're sitting in 15th place. And to make it to top 12, oh boy, it's a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, I think it's a little unfortunate for them overall. I did expect a little bit more in terms of their overall performance, but after seeing how week 1 and week 2 went, that's when they start falling off the radar for me, because it just feels that there are other issues coming into play compared to some of the other teams.
Yeah, so I hope that the team kind of buckle up. I do feel like, except for Vamos and Expand, the rest of the teams still have a chance. Some of them have to work, double, triple as hard, but to have 6 teams that can still fight for top 12, I think still gives us a very tight competition of whether we can make it there. It really comes down to the final 12 rounds for next week. That's it for week number 5. We're gonna catch you guys on Friday next week for the final week of knockouts before we finalize our top 12. My name is Husky alongside Gideon Q. We're gonna bid you guys goodbye. Good night.